Welcome, everyone, to the first episode, the grand opening of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic Era. I am Isolde. I will be your guide through this brand new world, this brand new era, this brand new stage. I am super excited to finally bring this to you after all these months. And I just want to hop into it and show you guys what you're really looking forward to. With our very first character, Case. Case was recruited out of college at the beginning of the new rule for his skill in various games, but mostly after placing second nationally in fencing. As the new game of Duel Monsters was introduced, he was drawn to the fiery warrior monsters of the first set. He was pleased to find other people he knew at the opening of the base's brand new card shop. This world is not like the other eras you've seen from someone like Cooper or Wesley. These are all new characters with an all new system, and I really hope you're gonna like it. As you can see, Case is our flame swordsman user. He loves fire, he loves warriors, and he loves to have a good time. And he happens to have some friends here, and even other people he knows. Cora. Cora's the youngest daughter of a wealthy family after placing first nationally in fencing and a short run as a professional League of Legends player. Her family brought her a very expensive and powerful deck for a brand new game. She arrived to the shop and then learned the guy she beat in the finals over the summer will be in the same battalion as herself. Whatever, she'll just beat him again. Cora was brought by her very wealthy family, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. A card not to be underestimated, and a deck not to be underestimated, as she refuses to be. If anything, she's prone to underestimating her opponents. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite her. Next we have Mark. Mark has always been a big fan of Knights and Heroes of Legend. As the new rule began, finding he could act out as he always has through games meant he could have so much more fun. So when he joined the military, he was shocked to see his childhood friend had also joined and reconnected over their decks. He prioritizes the aesthetics of cool sword cards over actual synergy. This is a man who never really grew up. But that's okay, because he's having a great time, and in this new world, he's found that doing fun stuff like playing Sword Slasher over more optimal cards is something that just brings him joy. And he just loves to play cool stuff and do cool things. He does look kind of strange, doesn't he? Next, Krim. Krim is an employee at the brand new game shop on the military base. Krim was asked to even out the numbers for the tournament. However, he's very excited as he has a deck of rare effect monsters, and they're so cute. Plus, it was promised if he won, he'd get a paid day off, so it's for sure a good time to go all out, right? Krim plays Picrew and Curran, something that can easily overpower a lot of decks in this first tournament. As a card shop employee, he gets access to a few special things that a lot of people aren't going to have yet. But nothing too broken, as the game hasn't progressed to that point. Again, he does look strange, but I bet you're wondering what the new rule is, aren't you? Well, the new rule is simply stated as such. There's no war, there is no violence. Everything should be solved through games, be it sports, video, or other ways of non-violence. But those who had brought it, well, they say it was a fight between heaven and hell. Let me introduce Moloch. Moloch is a rowdy up-and-coming demon. When the base's card shop was open to the public, he forced a whole group to show up just to show these stupid humans who the boss is around here. Since the new rule, winning these games is the only way to flex, so his deck of scary monsters will show them all. Moloch has gone all in on terrifying fiends, and he loves to use them to just be as awful as he can, if he can help it. But I guess we'll find out, as hell has shown up to the Terra's military base, as they call it, just to be a bunch of dicks. But we'll see if he's the king as his boss monster is. Caspian. Caspian was never much of a gamer, But since he started coming onto land, he gained a sudden interest in this new game when he saw his crush playing it. He even went out of his way to find rare cards to show off. That doesn't come off as desperate, right? He just hopes that they get to play today and maybe he could work up the courage to talk. Caspian is from the sea. As you could tell from his appearance, he is a sea dweller. But when he came to land, he decided to pick up a dragon deck instead of something that fits him more. But I mean, he's trying to show off for his crush, and I don't know, maybe he'll catch their attention. Layla, the younger twin of the Dunder sisters. When Dueling Monsters started printing cool spaceship cards, she just had to play. And of course, her twin sister would play too, right? After all, sisters stick together, and she even built Lola a deck. This event's a great way to show off just how excited they are to play. Layla saw the Gradius cards and other cool machines and spaceships and decided that's what she just had to play. And as she was opening cards, she even found a deck for her sister, who she talked into playing too. So, with the military base open up to the public, she grabbed her sister and they joined. And obviously her sister's just as excited as her, right? Lola, the older sister of the older twin of the Dunder sisters, she is only here because she was dragged in by Layla. Lola's a very tired young woman and doesn't really even like this game that much, but Layla doesn't seem to realize. She'll play it as not to disappoint her excited sister, but she's going to nap the moment she's eliminated. Layla got so caught up in Duel Monsters that she didn't really pay attention to the fact that her sister didn't really want to play. But Lola's gonna fight through her desperate need for a nap just to play this game with Layla, and hopefully she could take a nap. Oh, right, Thunder. She plays Thunder. Right, next to us. Lacey. Lacey's a mom who's just out and about for the day who happens to love gaming. As she was killing time waiting for her son to get out of school, she read online about this event happening at the nearby military base, and, well, surely she has time to play, right? She's a fan of cute, fuzzy Beast Warrior cards that pack a heck of a wallop. She really loves the Beaver Warrior. She's one of the many who like to call it Louise. While her son's in school, she's got some free time in between what she's doing. She figured, why not come out and have some fun while they open up and test out her new deck? She's a very heavy hitter who cannot be underestimated. You should expect her Beast Warriors to really, really pack a punch today. Coop. Coop is a streamer that got early access to the Duel Monsters game as it got close to release to help promote it. As such, he actually has cards from an upcoming set that haven't even been released, and he absolutely adores controlling the field with clown monsters. When he was told his cards were actually legal, he didn't see the harm in joining an event that started nearby just to have some fun. Yeah, it turns out that the creator of the game was really trying to drum up hype, and it really seemed to work. Getting all sorts of people in on the game, including streamers. So, with his special brand of clowns, he figured, why not? Let's play it, let's have a good time. And I'm sure anybody that's clicking on an Era series knows who this is a reference to. Barry. Barry misses the world from before the new rule. It just isn't fair she can't beat up annoying people anymore. As she skulked, her friend works at a shop and offered her deck he thought would fit her personality. Turns out that her cards that can at least simulate throwing fireballs at people, this quote-unquote burn deck as they call it, will fit her passion nicely. Since she knows somebody that works at a card shop, he was able to give her, some stuff that really, really fits her, even if he's not sure it's even that good. But stuff like Boganian and Final Flame will really help her push to get the damage through that she likes to deal. So, we'll see. Hopefully, that's exactly what she needs to really, really get into the game, especially since Moloch made her come up here today. Bane. Bane is a young shop employee in Hell. Bane was approached by the creator of Duel Monsters and given his own special monster to help with the relations between Hell and Earth, but also by the human military to talk to him about a position. While he's not so sure about the latter, the game seems like fun, so when Moloch decided they had to go to Terra, he figured he'd join in and see what this new card can do. Yes, the creator was going around and trying to get people into his game by giving cards to people who might be high profile. And while Bane only got one special card, that special card is very powerful in Diabound Colonel. While he plays an interesting little fiend deck, this Diabound is exactly the card he needs to completely overwhelm his opponents. If you underestimate him today, that's it. You may just be done the moment this hits the board. Robin! The only son of a family of sirens, he chose to join the Terran military to protect his family. As he was determining the game he would play, the Harpy Lady spoke to him as a deck that reminded him of his sisters back home. So now he's determined to be the best with the deck, and this grand opening event is the best way for him to show out. When you're the only son of a family of sirens, and the Harpy Ladies exist, harpies aren't sirens, but they feel right, you know? And what do humans really know about the difference in bird people anyway? You can't name them all. So, his game of choice, it looks like it's going to be Duel Monsters, and it looks like he's just going to go all in with the Harpy Ladies. I know this deck can be very powerful. We'll see where he's starting right now and see if he can pick up some wins as is. Angela. As heaven joined the other realms in the new rule, many angels had to find hobbies. No longer was just smiting the sinful allowed, and Angela had a hard time finding something to do. As she saw a young man get very excited, she felt her energy surge to match his. She's not very expressive, but something gets her really excited when her fairy deck really gets going. Angela really leans in on the angelic theme of the fairies, and that Wingweaver really matches kind of her style. And since she's seen how excited this game gets people, it actually gets her excited and gets her to express herself. So, since she can't just destroy people who she finds doing wrong, she has to duel them first. Then she can smite them. Don't lose. But no one should be doing anything wrong today. Probably. Though, I guess a group of rowdy demons, we'll see. Nina, a young wrestling fan, she believes in a full-throated offense. As she watched her favorite wrestler, Shining Wizard, compete in a record-setting title reign, she decided to be just like him, and the dinosaurs of this game just felt as all gas, no brakes as the wrestlers in the ring. It's time to show the power of strong style. Nina found these very powerful dinosaurs, looked at how strong and cool wrestlers are, and it's just like, that's it. That's what we're doing. And you know what? Some dinosaurs have some of the strongest attack stats that are rolling through this tournament. Two-headed King Rex with 1600 attack, Crawling Dragon, Uraby. Nina is not someone you can turn away from, or she's just going to completely overwhelm you. That's not even counting the fact she's also got fusions. So, everyone should be careful today, as she might take everything. Because she's a champion. You know what I mean? V. A concerned dryad. V approached the creator of the game as they noticed trees vanishing from a nearby forest. As they prepared to find a way to stop this, the maker of the game showed V a very large contingent of mages that were not only replanting trees, but helping them grow fast and healthy. As they learned about the sustainability of the cards, they were given a special deck as a peace offering, letting them feel the cards in their hand, showing maybe it would be okay for them to play. V was one of the other people that was given a special deck by the creator of the game, based around drawing cards. So as V realized, you know what, these cards aren't ruining the environment, they even feel good to touch, can maybe try playing. So, they decided to join this event today after playing a few others, and, you know, they just seem to enjoy it. Nothing wrong with that. Hope they have a great time. Shat Calico. The youngest in a clan of 14, he decided the life of his clan wasn't for him. As he left, he stole a deck they had stolen for themselves. Now he's a great thief, and he chose the name Shat Calico, and his ninjas fit him perfectly. While he can steal, there's something about winning that is even sweeter. The promise of a prize in the end is what drew him in. Even if he doesn't win, nothing says he can't leave here with something extra anyhow. Now, he is a thief. You can still steal under the new rule. But, you know, if you win, then you don't have to go through all that effort, right? And his ninjas are very, very tricky. A deck full of effect monsters that can do all sorts of blowing up and ripping cards from your hand. And Go-Go is even 1500 attack, which is actually pretty beefy for this opening tournament. Honestly, I picture him getting at least top 8 today. Maybe even pushing further. Amerigo. Amerigo is happy to have a job, but she just expected to work the register. What do you mean she has to play? Yes, she was given her own special deck as a card shop employee, but she's just an employee. She's a nervous wreck, and it's not fair the manager's working the counter. At least if she does well, she gets a free day off. Yeah, the manager decided not only is Krim playing, but Amerigo has to play too while he works the counter on the grand opening. It wasn't as busy as they expected, so Amerigo also had to join just like Krim did. Amerigo's entire deck is built around giving her opponent cards and making them deal with it. But, you know, Mushroom Man number 2, 1250. Maybe she can channel her own very special guy from another world. Maybe he can give her the energy she needs to win this. Or, you know, maybe she'll lose and can go to the back and stalk or something. I don't know. It's worth a shot, right? Nyx. Nyx was shocked to find out these cards they had been finding in the water were actually for a popular new game. After finding their friend Caspian was not going to use them in favor of dragons, they figured why not? The sea deck fit them so well, and they did need to practice in case someone challenged them to a game. Yeah, turns out they were just finding cards on the beach, in the water, and when they approached Caspian, he didn't want them. Nyx figured why not? I'll just play them. And put together a water deck. Now, Kriushin isn't the most threatening thing in the world, but it is an 1800 beater, so with the right kind of support, it may burst through and show what the denizens of the sea can truly do. Corsal. A worker in a nearby maid cafe, Corsal loves to enjoy his favorite new card game. He's very popular at the cafe and makes good money. However, it's annoying that so many people seem to have picked up dragon decks to get his attention when they found out he plays duel monsters. Honestly, it's really annoying when guys do that. Yeah, he just came up here today to have a good time and play his favorite game on his day off. He's just hoping not to run into any simps like he normally does, because it's just annoying. But he plays a very fusion-heavy dragon deck. He's got one of the biggest fusion decks in this tournament, with lots of options and lots of things he can fuse into. So his Kaiser Dragon's his biggest and best, but even that uses pretty sizable monsters, so he can easily take control of a board. We'll see how it works out for him. Tanya. A geologist who works for her father, she decided to take some time to relax at the new card shop at the military base since it's open to the public. The rock cards are really cool in this game, and it's been neat to learn that they can even combine with other cards. She hopes that by winning that she can save up store credit for whatever rocks get released next. Yeah, she is a rock duelist. And, you know, while they aren't that powerful, the mystical sand being a fusion that includes Giant Soldier's Stone and Ancient Elf, those are two pretty beefy monsters. It becomes a 2100 beater. Not too bad. Plus, you know, whatever this prize is, maybe she can choose not to take it so she can save up some money and see what packs come out later, get new rocks. Rocks are cool. Pandora, a military exorcist. They seem to just go through the motions in their day-to-day life. Something seems to always distract them, but with the new rule in place, Pandora's forced to learn games to deal with ghosts. Luckily, the turn-based actions means it's easier to, if they get distracted by whatever issues seem to be plaguing their mind. Pandora seems constantly conflicted by something, like, they work hard, they show up, but their mind just isn't always there, like they're constantly thinking somewhere else. But they found a deck that really seems to fit what they do with their time. The Seal Master and Sealing Ghosts. It really works hand in hand with what they do, so even if they get distracted, you know, at least they can put up a fight. So that's good. Hopefully whatever's plaguing their mind is, at least for right now, not as big of a deal. Alex, an open wheel enthusiast, brought in by the military for their racing prowess. As racing isn't likely going to be as common of a game challenge to, they were told to look into other skills to pick up as well, but ones that would have minimal impact on their body. This Duel Monsters game seemed to fit the bill, and there's even some sort of gender-fluid robot deck, so that's neat, they suppose. Yeah, they, when they were looking into stuff, they saw other people in their battalion playing Duel Monsters. Sure, why not, right? Robo Lady, Robo Yarrow seemed to play to their sensibilities of liking machines and not being on the binary, so they figured they'd give it a shot. At worst, they just get to focus on their racing. That's all they really want to do, but maybe they'll surprise both themselves and us today. Astrid, secretary to the general. Astrid was told to look over the recruits today. Since so many of them came to the shop, it only makes sense to join in after all. These cards have so many cute little guys on them, and she just had to get a deck. After all, look at Moki Moki. It's rectangular and silly. Her deck is a fairy deck, built around just like silly little guys. You know, they're all shaped. You got Moki Moki, Shining Friendship, Tenderness. They're all just goofy little guys, and that's how Astrid likes to play. And you know what? As long as she's having a good time, right? She's just here to look out on all these new recruits anyway. Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing came from overseas to study abroad. As the new rule came into effect, she was asked if she would like to join the full Terran military. Her parents agreed it could be good for her and sent her money to help fund the game she would be playing. She was drawn to the interesting zombie creatures Duel Monsters had available and wants to see them in action, as this is actually the first time she's ever played. Yeah, she bought a deck, she was looking at the art, and as this opened up on the base, she finally stepped up and decided it was a good time to play, after all. In this new world, you have to be good at games, so she really steeled herself and stepped in. She's got absolutely massive zombie monsters such as Snakehair, Dragon Zombie, and the 13th Grave, and confused into the Great Mammoth of Goldfine. Honestly, she is not going to be one to mess around with, and could be a real contender today, especially with how powerful zombies can truly be. Emery. Emery is a rhythm gamer and isn't sure why the general said they should join this event. Something about making friends and getting out of your box or whatever. They were even given a deck by the general until they could find something that suits them. It doesn't seem that strong, but you do have to tell your opponent various effects. Almost like it's a scheme to force them to talk to people. Emery is playing Guardians. Cards that require specific cards to be on the field before you can play them. Honestly, Emery didn't really much want to come out here, but they do follow their orders, so they're just going to step up and do what they got to do. They don't feel like this deck fits them, and it's not very good, but no deck feels like it fits them right now, so maybe we'll see what the Guardians can do for them. Maybe they can even break out a couple of wins, or even break out of their shell. Coriander, the prince of a nation of birdmen. Coriander decided to talk to the general about joining the Terran military. He's an accomplished boxer and Hanafuda player, and was given a deck by the creator of the game that fits his in-your-face style of play. It wasn't the only deck presented to him, but it was the one that felt more unique, so he left his other at home. As a prince, he was actually offered additional cards, but this rock deck of combat-oriented fighters between Master Monk and Chusuke the Mouse Fighter. It's a very interesting deck. You build up one monster and you go in. And yeah, it's just the one he liked. And since he joined the military to help protect his family, help protect his nation, it was a good time to try it. And he's very good. Be careful. He's going to throw these hands. Belladonna. Belladonna revels in the creepy and the macabre. The slime monsters in this game show how strange and off-putting the art can be. Surely her own brand of strangeness could be just as effective in the new world, right? Belladonna came up here with Moloch, but she seems a little different than everyone else. She's a lot more slippery, and even the rest of the demons don't trust her as much. Humanoid Wormdrake really kind of personifies this kind of slippery schemer she can really be. Maybe her deck can keep up with that idea, who knows, but at the very least, it's very gross. She likes that. Princess Ada, Princess of the Hive. Ada was given her own special deck. Her mother told her it would be a solid event to test it at, and she agreed, but the whole deck seemed suboptimal. Almost like her mother kept all the good cards for herself. And this is unfair. She's a god-stamped princess, and she should be able to win with anything. Ada is playing Great Moth, but it doesn't feel as powerful as it should, like almost her mother is handicapping her for some reason, at least according to her. Couldn't be that her deck just isn't as powerful as she expected, because like obviously she should have a powerful deck. So her mother clearly took all the good cards, right? Whatever, at least Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth is so big. And she's got ways to help get it set up and get it going. She isn't going to be completely helpless. But it could be really rough in these early days. But we'll find out. Mary. Mary is a reanimated corpse that woke up in a coffin in a shallow grave. As she emerged, she found a box of cards in the box with her. Very strange. As she walked the world with the rest of the common folk, she learned from a game called Duel Monsters? Maybe if she can win games, she can learn about herself and why she has these. Mary has no memory of who she was. She just kind of adopted this name later. She woke up with this deck called the Spirit of the Pharaoh. And now she just has to piece her previous life back together. Who was she? Is Mary even her name? Why did she have these cards? It's very, very strange. Not really, I mean, what do you do? A deck of cards in a shallow grave? Something must have happened. Rhea, the lieutenant in charge of the recruits. Rhea runs a harsh but fair style of training. This is a fun event, and she expects the very best of her soldiers who have joined. She's upset the general made her put away her real deck for this one, but it's plenty strong to put any of her recruits on the back foot if they're not careful. Rhea has a strong strategic mind for anything, and expects the same for her recruits, even in the world of the new rule. Another someone who wasn't allowed to bring their real deck, but it's a low-stakes event, and a lot of her recruits don't have very powerful decks at the moment, so this is what she's got. Her Empress Judge and her Earth Warriors are not something to be trifled with, even if it's not what she's used to playing. I think she's got a very good chance of taking down a couple of her recruits if they're not paying attention. Mari, a beta tester for Duel Monsters. Mari was one of the top players for the entire playtest. They were able to identify many issues with cards and were even able to smooth out a release order for some cards. As they finished their work and went back to their military job, they were given a very special, very powerful deck as thanks. Just because they're not a tester anymore doesn't mean they won't go all out. I hope everyone's ready for the grand opening of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic Era. I am so excited to bring this to you. And just gonna do a little housekeeping now. As you can see, the Picrew is listed. All Picrews and art that I get in this series will be listed in the description. Please go check them out. And be ready as we dive in right now. And we're finally here after months of work, computer problems, down to even losing the footage of my first attempt to record this. We are here finally for the grand opening of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic Era. I'm super excited to bring this for y'all. It's a brand new setting, it's a brand new set of characters, so I really hope y'all enjoy this. I know these usually follow kind of your Yu-Gis, your Joeys, your whoever's, right? But this is going to be something new. I really hope you enjoy it. I know I've been enjoying working on it for all this time. So, I say we should jump right into it, right? Our very first game, Korra versus Lacey. And we are here to jump into it. Korra versus Lacey. Korra on Blue Eyes, Lacey on Beast Warriors. These are going to be two of our heaviest hitters right off the bat. Ooh, but not a great opening hand for Korra here. She's lacking a lot of the power that she should have. She carries a lot of 1500 beaters, very good stat line for this part of the game. But Wolf Axe Wielder is the single biggest non-tribute monster in this tournament and is wielded by Lacey, so it's pretty good. Probably a good torrential there. Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, 1300. Again, that's not bad. Korra's, family's able to supply her with a good amount of money to really push forward. Oof, but this is a huge equalizer for Lacey here. But the reinforcement's gonna bump her up to 18. Yeah, that ogre, the set dark. These two are just throwing hands right off the top. You really love to see it. Oh, we gotta get it more aggro with the dragon. Here we are. Korra immediately putting Lacey on the back foot. I wonder if... Oh, a Baryu Shioni? Okay. Oof, put 1,000 burn to herself, but that's still going to be enough to run that dragon over. Unfortunately for Lacey, Korra has an answer in hand already, but nothing much beyond the fissure. Swords here, not a bad idea. No, just because the monsters aren't that big doesn't mean Lacey couldn't start snowballing. So I definitely don't disagree with that. Oh, yep, there's Louise. 1400 attack and a face down. Still nothing going on. Turns out this could be a good sword. It's already saved our 1400 damage. Could save her another 14 right here. Lacey with the real patient play. Ah, there we go. Divine the mountain, the Divine Dragon Ragnarok, and gonna pop the back row. Oh, gonna pop the sword. Interesting. Honestly, yeah, that back row could have been something to something chainable, so not terrible. And smashing ground, Lacey's removal spell of choice. Going for the Baryu Shioni again, and another Tails that's 2,000 damage to herself, and not much to show for it. There's the Parrot Dragon, though, that is going to brick up Korra for a little bit. Let's see if Lacey can finally get the right... No, she switched to Tails. Was once again wrong. But Tiger Axe Baryu Shioni getting in for 2,500 in total. It's going to at least start to even things out, but Trap Hole's not gonna do a whole lot here. That's gonna clear a monster if Lacey summons again. Alright. She's really pushing this. There she goes. She finally gets the 1,000 burn. Trap Hole for Louise. But this game just got real close real quick with that brick draw for Korra. She was in such good control only to start completely losing it. And that's it. Just a string of bad draws, and that's what'll happen in these older formats. Oh, unnecessary. And punish. She's going down to 300 for it. For exact lethal. getting in. That's going to be game 1 for Lacey. We're gonna head right to game 2 to see if Cora can turn this around. She's a champion at everything she does. So losing her first game on screen cannot feel good. Again, not a great opener for Cora here. Lacey with the equip spell and the Sojin again, and the back row. Now this Heart Beast can do a lot of work here, depending on what exactly is back there. Okay, that is, I forget what that's called. Yes, Shield Spear. It's gonna pump the Wolf Axe Wielder up, protected this turn. And the Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, the Ritual Tribute, so it's a good... Honestly, Cora's pretty set up here. She may be able to stick this Blue Eyes. Lacey going with the Baryushoni again, this time getting the burn, so she is no longer doing as bad. Tiger Axe, 400 deflected. Okay. Cora with these dragons is really getting... Not sure I agree with that. I probably would have set another Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, try and establish the Blue Eyes, but she does have the Reborn. So, what? She's only going to take another here. She cleared the Abare. Set there. That could be a Beaver Warrior or something like that. Yep, okay, so the Reborn is... There's going to be more Abare burn here. Tails is burn to Lacey, and there is the Blue Eyes. Massive 1400. This is gonna put Lacey heavily on the back foot. Like, she needs basically top deck a removal spell, but essentially top decked nothing. Lord of D into the Flute, into another dragon. Blue Eyes, yep, Blue Eyes to clear the Beaver Warrior. 2500 for the Dome. At this point, it's Dark Hole or nothing on Lacey's side. This may be the easiest, yep, this may be the easiest run back of all time. Now, if that's a Torrential, doesn't matter if it's Torrential. Doesn't have anything to summon, White Lightning. Very quick game 2. We're back with a vengeance. It is 1-1. We are going to game 3. We're going to see who's the first person to advance to the top 16. Right now, Cora will be going first. Now, it didn't do her much good in the first game. Let's see how it helps her in game 3. Lacey wants to go in the aggressive. Okay, 2 1500 beaters and a mountain. That's actually pretty huge. Black land, 1700. Now Lacey does have those equip spells and the Wolf Axe Wielder. And a Pot of Greed, first pot of... Oh, Wolf Axe Wielder and the Moon. Yep, that is 1950. Okay, so... With the swords, it's going to give Cora time to stick the Parrot Dragon. Should she choose to go that way? Yep, that's exactly what she's going to do. I imagine we see Parrot Dragon next turn, but if Lacey gets another equip spell in the next turn, that's not going to work for her. Not sure I agree on that one. Yeah, that's really bad. Parrot Dragon, Dragon Treasure, 2500. She's gonna pull ahead by a little bit, but, you know, Lacey's got a full grip, so she's got a lot that she could be doing right now. Which right now is just T-set pass. Comes the Blackland Fire Dragon, 1700. Alright, well, it's gonna get it to 1800. It's gonna deflect 100, protect her for a turn, but... What's the plan, Lacey? It's just gotta be stall until you get the Torrential and the Dark Hole, I assume. But that's if she can last that long. And the AI is smart enough to attack with the 17s here, so... You know, I've got the AI set up so it's not gonna run 0 attack monsters into face downs. As we saw it attacking a face down with Blue Eyes earlier. Okay, Neko Gao. This is coming out for just to be a defense. Nope, it's just gonna run over a black land. Kinda get it. You're gonna eat about 600 here, but it does save you a bunch of damage. Well, is this going to be enough? She saved herself one turn by clearing that black land with the Neko Gal. But she basically needs Dark Hole here, Torrential, something. ST, that's not going to do it. She doesn't have enough defense in the deck. No way. Yep, tributing. Blue Eyes. That's it. Parent Dragon's going to run over the Wolfax Wielder. And there we go. Cora. All she needed was Blue Eyes, and that's going to get her into the next round. 2-1 Cora. That's crazy. Let's get over to the bracket. Alright, we're back here. Let's see, we went 2-1 Cora. Sometimes the champions are champions for a reason, and I guess that gives Lacey time to go pick up her son. But now, we're heading on over to see Angela versus Bane. Alright, Angela and her Angels versus Bane and his Fiends. This should be a very, very interesting matchup, you know? You got the card shop employee from Hell versus an Angel here to have a good time. Maiden of the Moonlight is a pretty big one to start with. Dark Hole to clear the 1500. That means not a great starting hand here from Bane. Unless he's getting crazy from the start. Nope, just going in for, I guess going in for 2700 on turn 1 is pretty crazy. It's a great, great start. Block attack. It's a solid card. It's going to allow the Ancient Elf to take out the Maiden of Moonlight. Fairy Wind isn't the best card in this era, but it's gonna, it's a little bit of burn. And there's the Diabound Colonel. That's gonna be such a hard card for anyone in this tournament to get over. Everybody's running some removal. Everybody has options to get rid of it via spells and traps, but that Diabound's gonna get so big so quick. Already up to Blue Eyes level of stats, and the Feral Imp getting in for another 13. Pop the back row. Alright, there we go. That's going to at least stop the Diabound from getting bigger. Give Angela a little time to stabilize, but that's also going to give Bane time to draw more cards that Angela has to figure out how to get through. There's a way. Alright. She managed to survive, managed to stabilize, and she has to stop him, and he's already reborn. So now it's just a matter of stopping him from sticking a second Diabound. As long as he doesn't have one in hand, she should be alright. Pot of Greed, very nice. Drawing her into... Okay, Fairy's Gift, that's 1400. Dark King Abyss, okay. She should be able to turn this around pretty quick. She's got the Dark Witch in hand, that's going to be 1800. Twitty Phantom would be a good defense here if she just didn't have the Dark Witch. But it's in. Now, even though she's got half the life points and a bigger... No, she's got half the life points, so she got the bigger monster. There's the Yami to weaken. Fairies. But Fairy Wind will then pop the Yami, deal 300 to each side. Spirit of the Heart to get in for 800. You know what? I kind of dig it. She needs to really push to get this damage right now, so... But now it's his turn to Swords to not allow that. But again, she's just going to have more time to build this board up, just like he did before. But he already used his Dark Hole, so he's got to do a lot more work. than she did. Where she's got almost an entire board of cards. Yeah, they reduce the Spirit of the Harp and the Witch, but... Alright, Bane, that was your last go of it. Setting is sweating. Is what we know about the AI here. Fury the Spirit of the Heart for another... Yep, that would have been enough had there not been reinforcements. This might be it for Bane. The Kribo's gonna save him 1600. But it's still gonna take another 1600, so it really didn't change the math at all. He still doesn't have enough life to survive. He can get another Feral Imp, maybe? Now, if that's a Feral Imp he managed to set, he can stabilize. Another, oh. Dust Tornado's not gonna... Alright, Portrait Secret. Unfortunately, that Dust Tornado might come out and pop the Yami. I'm not exactly sure how the... It does pop the Yami, but that's still not enough to save her from the Diabound. Now she needs to draw something to destroy him again. That was basically the best thing he could have ripped there. But at the same time, he does have to figure out how to get through 5 monsters. He's already lost a lot of his bigger stuff, you know. At least he already pitched a Karibo, so I know he's down one of those. Wingweaver would have been great last turn, but at this point 3000 already makes him, just makes him too big. Snake Yashi. Yep. Alright, well, Boku's gonna get her another turn. Take 1,000, then she's gonna rub the Snake Yashi for 450, but... Actually, you know what? She just completely outplayed him with that. Because it was a set, he didn't choose to use the effect. Bark of Dark Ruler, he's gonna take 1,800 to prevent himself from losing here. Now, she's got the Waboku, she's just gotta figure out how to deal 50 damage. She's got 1 turn to deal 50 damage. How does she do it? Does she get the other Fairy Wind, maybe? Well, as long as he doesn't draw a monster. Bricks, not even like a Karibo or something. But maybe the AI just keeps Karibo in hand. This is tight. This is a tight game. There it is. There's the Witty Phantom. Gonna hit over the Fairy's Gift. Witty Phantom for 14. That was insane. Bark of Dark Ruler to lower the Wingweaver by 1,800. That was only game 1. That's crazy. Let's get on to game 2. I'm hyped right now. Angela choosing to go first this time. Where's she going? Maiden of the Moonlight Waboku. So pretty similar opening here. See if Bane does not have nearly strong of a response this time. But so much of his deck revolves around sticking that Diabound. Well, okay, Portrait Secret. And a block attack if he does get the Diabound here. But he doesn't. Okay, gonna miss the Witty Phantom. Gonna set the Mystical Elf, okay. that was a very interesting decision to have your biggest wall do that. Because you had another one. That's fine. He's just gonna somehow keep getting infinite portrait secrets until she chips herself down 50 at a time. I think that's his plan. No, I think his plan is just to stall for Diabound. Unfortunately, Fairy's not having a field spell that can buff them really hurts on Angela's side, because she can't get set up like he can with Yami. Alright, well, because he fell for the trap. The Kribo's gonna save him 15, but he is looking in a bad way. 5 monsters staring him down. Just like that, Bane's gonna done. Load the whole field up. Set up the Yami. No Witty Phantom, but that is going to put off parts of Angela's deck. Would not shock. The face down Polly, and Mystical Elf gets in for 1,000. Now, it doesn't take much defense to beat this Mystical Elf. There's the Elf's Light, though. That actually helps a ton. This is King of the Swamp. This Mystical Elf just became a beater. Like a legit 14-2000. Okay. But clearly he doesn't have anything to beat the Mystical Elf. So, he's still got to beat 1,000. Now he's got to beat 1,600, which is way down. I respected choosing not to risk the Mystical Elf anymore. Now, I don't know if you have your last Portrait Secret, but oof, the Fairy win. We know that 300 burn can come in clutch. But right now, she's using his field spell. Her spellcasters are doing... Spellcaster half of her deck is doing great. That's another spellcaster. Bane just stood no chance this round. He just couldn't. Without the Diabound, he just doesn't have the power. Sure, he sets face down, but there's the Wing Weaver. Popping for 300. Is Wing Weaver going to go in for 2750? Yep, we are going to game 3 again after just another absolute beatdown. Alright. Looks like game 3, that was insane. These are hype as hell. Alright, let's see. Fairy's Gift, not bad. Feather Duster. Worth it, definitely worth it to clear a trap hole. Now, if that's a Feral Imp, he's in a good way. If it's a Portrait Secret, he's in a good way. We'll have to find out. Portrait Secret, okay, 100 deflected. It should help him clear up the board, keep a Wing Weaver off. Now, if he doesn't have Diabound, no Diabound, it tells me there's probably another Portrait Secret in his hand. Which, as we learned last game, oof, and the Wabaku. As we learned last game, Portrait Secret is... Oh, there we go. Dust Tornado's gonna keep that down. Portrait Secrets are not the answer you need for Angela's deck, so... Especially because she's gonna get to stick a Wing... If that's not a trap hole, she's sticking Wing Weaver here. Torrential, that's something at least. Not the trap card you want in that situation. You really would have rather had, even Bark of Dark Ruler would have been fine, but you take what you can get. It's better than her having Wingweaver on the board. Set the Spirit of the Harp, I respect it. So now it's just time for both sides to wall up, try and get their bosses. Bane's only 15 though. So now he just really needs his Diabound, because otherwise his cards just do not stand up. Okay, there we go. He just has a hard time standing up to a 1450, a 1500. Yeah, Diabound's good, but as we can see, a lot of his stuff is weaker. Feral Imp, Snake Yashi, King of the Abyss. Okay, Wabaku getting chained here. No reason not to. It's just gonna end. So the question is Lady of Faith gonna be able to get in? Now, Ancient Elf's definitely gonna be able to get in. 1450. As we can see, this is just a big stat line. Not gonna use it to bait. Kinda get it. No Diabound. Nope, just attacking over, but not setting any spells, traps, nothing. Bane has to figure this out, and quickly, if he's going to save this at all. You know, he doesn't have a Torrential back there, so 2850 to the dome is not pretty. That's not dead on board as of right now, but if she draws any monster, it's just over, especially with the reinforcement. Yep. Elf Slight. 800. 14. Do you have the Karibo? He has the Karibo. That's going to save him. One whole attack. But now it's at 1850. There's reinforcement. Are we just... Is Bane just done here? And it's impossible for him to have enough Karibos. He can't get through it. Angela is going to beat Bane here. He had enough Karibos if she didn't draw a monster. But she did. And it is over. Let's head back to the results screen. Alright. We are. Oh. Do that. That is 2 for Angela and 1 for Bane. Meaning we're getting Cora Angela next round, which is going to be an interesting one. But next up, Corsal versus Emery. Alright, we are here. Corsal's Dragon Fusion deck versus Emery's Guardians. This should be a fun one with both very different styles of play. Oh, but this is a massive hand for Corsal. Turn 1. However, he's choosing not to go all in, which I kind of respect. Emery's just got the set pass here, but oof. Yeah, this is gonna be massive. Stamping Destruction hits the back row. It's just the Trice equip. Thinking 1600 was gonna be enough, it's not, so he's gonna upgrade here into the Kaiser Dragon, a 2300. That means Emery has to figure something out. This Vanilla's the largest defense monster in this tournament with 2050 defense, but it cannot beat this Kaiser Dragon. So the question is, Emery, how do you get over it? More monsters in defense mode. Obviously, Corsal's got a petite dragon, so it's not getting over anything. Dragon Toy in the cave, that's 15. That's gonna get over Seal. Definitely getting over Bow. Just another defense monster. They've really gotta come up with something, because it's gonna blast the back row. Alright, well. Gonna Solemn Judgment the Dust Tornado, stopping the destruction of Mountain. Is a decision... I'm not sure I hate it. So here's the thing, KS doesn't stop attacks. So now, Emery really needs to do something. Okay, yep, Sword's gonna run over the Petite Dragon. I kinda get it. However, Corsal, he has plenty of ways out of this. Whereas Emery has to figure out how to beat this Kaiser Dragon. With just the worst monsters in the world. And one of which can't even stop him from attacking them. They're almost out of time on the swords. Iron Blacksmith Kotetsu gonna get the Gravity Axe Grarl. That's gonna get the Grarl on board, which is 2,500, which is enough to tie the Kaiser Dragon, which means depending on what Emery does here, they might have just been able to stabilize. Yeah, that was crazy. The second Grarl forces the Torrential, but does Corsal have a follow-up here? The answer is no. The Hyunzaryu is a brick in hand. The Feather Duster has nothing to dust. But Emery is a slow deck. They need the equipped spells to play their monsters. The Reborn's just gonna get back that Kaiser Dragon. Oh no. Vanilla is not big enough for this. Corsal may be clutching it here against Emery, who... Okay, well, Pot of Greed may help. Shooting Star Bow Seal's gonna weaken them. And then the Seal's gonna come down. Seal has a bonus effect, doesn't it? Oh, send away equipped spells to destroy monsters. Yet using the Seal to weaken the Kaiser, and then having the exact Guardian in hand to summon it. Yeah, that's going to help a ton, and once again, Dragon's Gunfire and Hyunzaryu isn't a hand that's going to get you out of basically any situation ever. And you can say a lot of things about Emery's monsters, but you can't say they're not big once they're on the board. Swords of Revealing Light will stall, but now you see that Solemn Judgment really came back to fight Corsal here. At this point, Emery just has to wait out these swords. Gave up the KS to pop. Yeah, I don't... Dark Hole, that'll help. Guardian Bow as well. It's really slowed down after that big push. Okay, Weak Dragon Guardian of the Fortress and a Torrential. Emery's putting up a hell of a fight here. However, just going to set. But another Hyunzaryu. Emery just needs any way to summon a monster with more than, just any way to summon a monster with 600 attack. No, Poly's not what you need here either. That's the thing about running a fusion-focused deck, is you're just gonna not have what you need sometime. T-Dragon, that's a defense mode monster in case they can stick anything here. There we go, there's an 11. Nope. He doesn't feel good about putting an 1100 attack point monster on the board. The game's come to a pretty screeching halt here. There's the Hyonzaryu, and it's gonna get trap hold. So here's the question, can Emery somehow get a monster out? Iron Blacksmith Kotetsu. Wicked Breaking Flamberge Bow is going to give 500 attack, Tetsu in. That is going to be game number 1 for Emery. With that, Guardians in this series have as many wins as Raphael does in the Master era. Let's see if Emery is better than Raphael in game number 2. That was a shockingly close game, despite what the life points would tell you. Of course, all choosing to go first again. Winged Dragon and a Torrential. Not terrible. I forget what Dragon's Gunfire does. Oh, Wicked Breaking Guardian. Yep, that getting rid of the seal works. Inflict 800 or destroy a monster with 800 or less defense. Okay. King of the Swamp. Depending on what Corsal draws here, that wasn't bad, except the shield break. It's gonna pop straight through that. Ah, Dark Rabbit. Emery's only other real monster to put on the board. But the Torrential's gonna even out everything again, leaving Corsal with just a very bricky hand. Now it's really up to Emery to figure out how to navigate this board state, as they have a deck that needs a monster face up, but as both sides are setting, you know what, I said that, but there's the Gravity Axe Grarl. Another Shield Crush. The Gravity Axe on the Tetsu. Okay. No Guardian Grarl, but 1,000 damage is 1,000 damage. Ooh, Dragon's Gunfire is gonna pop the Kotetsu, not attacking the face down with the Fairy Dragon. Dark holing your own vanilla. Oof, Reborn, Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress number 1. It's 1,400 attack, that's big. I'm resetting. If that's a vanilla or a Dark Rabbit, they stabilize, but otherwise, it is not great for them. Just a Guardian Bow, that's 1,200 more. Can they get this board under control, or is Corsal about to run away with it? Well, the face down isn't good. 26 more to the face. Are we about to see the Hyonzaryu? We are. Which falls into the trap hole. At least they got in the 2,600 first. Burst Breath isn't doing you any good without any dragons on the board. And the Hyonzaryu into Corsal's hand is once again going to break them up. He just has trouble getting these finishers when Emery was so close to losing. And he's not getting in with an 1,100 attack point monster. He feels good to put it in attack, but he doesn't feel good to attack with it. Emery? Why'd you do that? Why the vanilla in attack mode? Yeah, I'm not sure I understand that play, AI. Normally, if you wanted to do that, it's because you're about to maybe do a Grarl or something. Oh, King of the Swamp and a Fairy Dragon. That means we're going back into the Kaiser Dragon that caused so much trouble last game. They had to out it twice. Starbow Seal. Flip summons a seal. The Trice to weaken just to get the pop. I respect it. Probably would have just run over the Kaiser Dragon and popped a fairy, but that works too. Guardian Seal. Now I'm just going to start cleaning up this board. 1700 is not an attack stat to mess with. Now, Corsol's definitely not out of this game by a long shot. Emery runs a slow deck. They've got to push through things, so that's going to give it a Burst Breath. It wasn't doing them any good anyway. So Corsol, he just needs to draw something here. Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. Well, Emery's one of the only people that Trap Hole isn't that good against. Okay, you've got 2 turns probably. Oh, Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. There you go. That is your answer. Oh, except if they manage to equip a spell and pop your monster. That was just absolutely the sickest Armory call of all time. Okay, but Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, back face down. Can they get another equip spell? Just going to blow up the Trap Hole. This game's coming down to the wire. The mountain? No mountain. Interesting. Reporting King of the Swamp? And not the Kaiser Dragon. The King of the Swamp, they got him to put his monster into attack mode. So they actually baited him into the attack, leaving him wide open. Oh, but there's the Dark Hole. There's another vanilla. So now what? Dark Rabbit. Guardians. 2-0 Dragons. I guess Emery's just built different. Alright, well. Corsol was not able to impress any of his simps today, as Emery 2-0s him. And then we head on to the next game, which is Xiaoxing versus Nina. Alright, we're going to be watching this from Xiaoxing's side. It is zombies versus dinosaurs. Honestly, maybe the most classic matchup in history, I think. I can't think of 2 things that have fought more than zombies and dinosaurs, really. Alright, Xiaoxing going first, just setting a 13th grave. 13th grave, only 1200 attack. With the Crawling Dragon number 2 with raised body heat. 1900 attack. Very, very spicy. But, yep. Harpies to blow with raised body heat. Now we're getting Snake Hair with double Violet Crystal, which would have beaten the Crawling Dragon anyway, so maybe not the best Harpies, but that's fine. Get a 2100 attack point Snake Hair. The Return Feather Duster. Sometimes you just got it. Yurabi, Reborn. Nina! I told you in the intro, she's all gas, no brakes. She's just not gonna let off this offense whatsoever. Clown Zombie is not gonna defend you. Zombies are not made for holding up any sort of defense. And Nina knows that, going in with Eurobeat, managed to sneak in an extra 100 damage. What have you got? That's it. That's just not going to do it. As long as Nina doesn't mess up the attacks here. Eurobeat going in for exactly 32. Oh, the King of the Swamp first. Just as the AI plays around boars. Turn 8. Nina gets the win here. And we're heading immediately into game 2. I mean, Xiaoxing's new. This was the first time Xiaoxing's played the game. She's just figuring it out. Let's see if she can put together more pieces. Oh, there we go. Snake Fang, Dust Tornado, Swords of Revealing Light. What the Snake Fang does. Decreases the monster's defense by 500. Unfortunately, this is maybe the one person this isn't going to do you any good against. Alright, well, there goes Clown Zombie. Skull Servant isn't going to do you much good here. I agree that's a good swords, but at this point, Nina's got a 1600 attack beater on the board. I mean, now with the raised body heat, yeah, I don't know how many options Xiaoxing has here. She's just setting monsters, but I mean, Nina's just got bigger ones. 13th grade. Gonna try and run something over. There goes Little D. The sword's still up, so I was able to clear one whole monster away. Again, Eurobeat. Now, set a monster, set a trap hole. Now maybe Nina will tribute here. Nope. She's going for more monsters on board. Start clearing them away. 13th grave, 13th grave. Skull Servant. Alright, Xiaoxing, can you work your way out of this? Doesn't look like it. I mean, that's gonna weaken twin-headed King Rex by 300, but I mean, yeah, poor girl didn't know what was coming for her. Joins her first tournament and just gets absolutely slobber knocked. Dragon Zombie would have done you good earlier, but I think the AI is willing to crash here because I mean, we see lethal on board. Oh yeah, the third twin-headed King Rex into the fissure, into the Trachodon. Uncalled for. Such a quick 2-0 by Nina. Absolutely insane display of power. Xiaoxing is just removed just like that. We're gonna head back to the bracket. Alright. With that, that's the Nina 2-0 over Xiaoxing. That right there should have been Xiaoxing has so many 1600 attack point monsters, but Nina was just on top of it. I guess we just have to head into Astrid versus Amerigo now. Alright, and here we go into Astrid and her fairies that are just shaped versus Amerigo and her Mushroom Man trading deck. As you see, Astrid likes cute monsters. Happy Lover, Tenderness, Mystical Sheep number 2. very cute little guys. Moki Moki. Losing the smashing ground is huge for Astrid here. However, Amerigo is not putting on any pressure yet, so let's see. What's MST gonna pop here? Dust Tornado. Flipping up the tenderness is certainly a play. However, Amerigo doesn't have anything to push against that. Here comes Shining Friendship, though. You know what? I understand not flipping up that Invader of the Throne Room. That is just 1350. That's gonna beat over that. It doesn't beat over tenderness, though. So you still do have to figure that out. Setting the Mystical Sheep, I get it. Amoeba creature swap. Unfortunately, did not creature swap for a good one. Didn't choose to attack the amoeba here for the extra 1,000 damage. I guess your decision is, well, yeah, well, Boku's gonna protect the monsters this turn, but Moki Moki, which is what you took, can't beat Amoeba either, so not 100% sure I understand the play. And Astrid's not willing to run anything into said Moki Moki. Oh, destroy the tenderness, give Astrid the Moki Moki, run it over for 1050. That I like. You could have dealt another 1050 last turn, but that's fine. That amoeba isn't nearly as cute as everything else Astrid's playing, but that's okay. Marigo's fighting hard for this free day off. She didn't really want to play. She does want that paid day off, so. Losing the Enchanted Javelin. Just a 1350 Invader of the Throne Room. Amerigo loves to trade cards, but all of Astrids have such weird stat lines, it's really hard to trade. Okay, Dark Hole. Amerigo loses her Throne Room and Griddle. That might have been worth it. Now if she can just stick any monster here, Astrid doesn't have much going on. She's gonna set the Moki Moki. You can have gives Astrid the Mushroom Man, realizes the Moki Moki is worse than the Mushroom Man, so she destroys the Mushroom Man to give Astrid back the Moki Moki. Definitely a play of all time. But she does know she's bigger than the Moki Moki, so Mushroom Man number 2 does not go in, but we'll pay the 500 to go over to Astrid's board. Now, we'll see what happens. Will the AI realize it's giving the Mushroom Man 2 back? Oh, okay, the swords are definitely coming down. Enchanted Javelin basically just to zero out the damage. No, that is not what happened. Master's just gonna take 950 here. Oh, but okay, well, she's still gonna get the the Winged Egg of New Life that's still going to run over the Mushroom Man number 2. Now she's got a 1400 attack point monster on the board, which is bigger than Invader of the Throne Room. Hammer Shot will deal with that. But with the swords up, Amerigo can't put the pressure on. Moki Smackdown Polly, those are both bricks in hand. Another set for Amerigo. We could be looking at a long game. Moki with the Smackdown. Popping. Setting Polly. Dark Hole. Invader, Mushroom Man, those are probably Amerigo's two of Amerigo's best cards, other than maybe Mushroom Man number 2. Right now she's probably maybe sitting in the bricks in hand. House of Adhesive Tape is going to be shockingly good in this matchup and this matchup only. Because Amerigo's going to want to stick an Amoeba or a Griggle at some point. And that house is... They have less than 500 defense, so that house will actually get them. Oh, well. Just normal summon Invader in the Throne Room. That works too. Shining Friendship, 50 less attack. Can't put up defense against that. At this point, Astrid needs Tenderness to start to survive through this. Shining Friendship again isn't enough. Leads me to believe Amerigo is not holding a dummy golem down there. It's probably something like a Griggle or an Amoeba. No, just gonna hard summon a dummy golem. Not gonna get punished for it at all. Now it's time to find out, do you have exact lethal? That would be exact lethal. This is enough. Amerigo by 50 points. And the Griggle hit is going to take game 1. World's most useful Griggle as we go into game 2. Can these cute angels take over? Tenderness, Petite Angel, Mystical Sheep number 2. Amerigo's going first this time, and has nothing to do with it. Alright, basically Enchanted Javelin to be a Karibo. Shining Friendship is 1300 attack. Hammer Shot, okay. You got anything to follow that up with? No, you do not. You can tell she didn't even have a creature swap of any sort. Moki Smackdown, but setting the Tenderness. Do you care if only Mokis or anything? If a face-up fairy gets destroyed, Moki gets 3000 attack. But this isn't quite the opponent. They both kind of have a bad matchup here. Amerigo really wants to be trading her stuff off for powerful monsters, which Astrid really doesn't have, and Astrid wants her Smackdown to be going off, which Amerigo really doesn't seem to do much of. Yeah, but that Mushroom Man was just going to be too big for the Moki she just took, so... Count your opponent's fairies? Nope, only a fairy you control. So can't even cheese anything here. But again, a full 1300 here, losing the Moki. So Amerigo needs to find a solution. That solution seems to be Invader of the Throne Room, having 50 more attack. Alright, she's up to 9300 life. Has a 1350 on board. but she's willing to sacrifice some life points to boost the Moki Moki to 3,000 attack. Not a bad play. And here comes the Mushroom Man, the first one. And she has nothing in hand to beat an 800 attack point monster. But because the AI only sees a 700 attack point monster, she has no reason to fear with her Mushroom Men, so she's just leaving them in attack mode, I guess, to be menacing. Which isn't a bad shot, I guess. I can lose the whole back row. Yeah, I'm not sure what the play there was. I'm gonna be real with you. Unless it's to try and bait the tenderness into attack mode. She really only succeeded in getting the sheep into attack mode. But Amerigo is really pulling her weight here. I imagine that Happy Lover is just gonna go into the Griggle here, so it was worth a shot. Because that tenderness is really giving her a problem. Nope, she's not even gonna do that. The Invader to defense mode. Okay. Oh, there we go. Give the amoeba. Take 2,000 burn, run it over, another 1050. Alright, now actually Amerigo's in a very solid position. Except here comes the Winged Egg of New Life, that's 50 more attack. Petite Angel's gonna be able to beat over that Griggle as well. So if that's not a dummy golem face down, actually, despite that really good play last turn, Amerigo's in huge trouble. I imagine Dummy Golem would have been flipped up already. Yep, just a Griggle. I imagine that's a Griggle or an Amoeba. Nope, not worth attacking with the Petite Angel. I would have gone for it, but also the AI doesn't have the idea of computing all it. Nope. Does Invader of the Throne Room still proc off of the trap hole? It does not. Because it's not on the board to swap. So it's going to be 1,400 damage directly to the face to Amerigo. That was such a good play had there not been a trap hole there. Now it's just a matter of maybe finding that third throne room. Griggle is just gonna hold off. We're on turn 33. And Asterix managed to claw back into this. Play another Moki Moki Smackdown. Unfortunately, again, just like Invader of the Throne Room, Dummy Golem needs to be on the board to swap. How aggressive is the AI willing to be here? Just the 14. I respect it. Defense this. Oof, Pot of Greed. Nope, just another Dummy Golem. If maybe Amerigo had a Waboku or something like that, that could have helped her there a lot. Just gonna end her turn. Yeah, I don't think Ashton's gonna want to play that trap, but that dark hole. What about you, Amerigo? Anything? Nothing. Is this lethal on board? 1428 plus 14. Yep, that's lethal on board with the second Winged Egg of New Life. Looks like we are going to game 3. Just because Amerigo couldn't quite close it out. You know, just for such simple games, these are still turning out pretty crazy. With that, Astrid's able to drag it to a game 3, despite the lead that Amerigo took. Let's see who can do it. A secretary or an employee that didn't want to be here. Double Happy Lover isn't great on the side of Astrid here. Oh, just the dark hole. What's that face now? The dummy golem. Okay. Blind Domestique. Getting the torrential. Happy Lover in for 800. Yeah, Astrid going aggressive is very interesting. Ah, but there's the Mushroom Man. However, Amerigo is down on life points right now, which is not where you want to be when you start the Mushroom Man trade. Just trap holding the Shining Friendship. I mean, she doesn't have torrential, so now it's a matter of can she get anything else on this board? Because as of right now, Mushroom Man number 2 is not what she needs to win the game. Now, the monster defense, that helps a little bit, but, you know. Invader of the Throne Room. Okay, actually that helps a lot now. 1700 defense. Choose to pop the face down. So I assume it's a creature swap or something like that. Now she's ahead on life points. Now the Mushroom Man is really good for her. Just gonna give it on back. The funniest part about the AI exchanging a Mushroom Man number 2 is that they're gonna keep switching its battle position. Yeah, Amerigo is lightly ahead in this exchange, but not by a lot. And that Invader of the Throne Room is going to be doing real work here. Deck taking the... Interesting way to steal a monster, I suppose? That does get you there. Now the Winged Egg can't get in. She can just keep up this Mushroom Man burn. Huge, actually. Okay, but she's gonna switch the, without the Waboku, that would have been so good. I mean, it'll still be a little more here, unless she tributes it. No, she wants the burn on Amerigo as well. Amerigo's gonna be able to give it back. Amerigo's not going to be able to give it back another time. However, Astrid also chooses not to give it back. I'm not sure what happened with that hammer shot. Now the Mushroom Man can't go back. No! Amerigo! You had it! You had it! All you had to do was not Dark Hole! Alright, summon a Mushroom Man of any sort here? Nothing. Oh, this is so close. Petite Angel was 50 short of the kill and thus was not summoned. Now you need Mushroom Man number 2? No, you were setting a face down. Is it Dummy Golem? Because that's not going to help you. Not risking the winged egg of new life. They're both playing pretty scared at the moment, being so low on life points. Tried to go for the Amoeba creature swap, but the House of Adhesive Tape deals with the Amoeba. That tells me that's a creature swap in hand, and that is not a Griggle or an Amoeba face down. That's exactly what that tells me. Let's see what's left in the deck. We have one Amoeba. Let's see. We have one Amoeba, one Griggle. There's 2 Amoebas and 2 Griggles left in the deck. Fails the flip on the Mushroom Man. Hammershot's gonna pop the winged egg. You have anything to go face down? You don't. Does that mean Astrid's gonna pull this out? 800 attack. That's it. Astrid 2-1s Amerigo in a close game that all came down to the wrong timing on the Dark Hole. That was so close. We're gonna head back to the bracket. Alright, just like that. Amerigo 1, Astrid 2. Really showing off that as long as you're having a good time, maybe your deck can be a little unoptimal. But let's see who Astrid's going to take on in the next round in Mari and Caspian. Alright, we're here. Let's see what happens with Mari's Exodia deck versus Caspian's Spirit Ryu Dragon deck. Two very interesting axes to really play on. 2 limbs off the bat is not great for Mari here, but a Giant Soldier Stone is 2k. Heart of the Underdog. Honestly, a pretty decent way to start, when you, at least with the Heart of the Underdog and the Giant Soldier Stone. Spirit Ryu is going to crash, though. This is chainable, and it's not. Torrential, okay. 300 is going to clear the Spirit Ryu, which probably would have gotten over the Giant Soldier Stone. Now it's just going to be a matter of Caspian trying to, wage war with this one Giant Soldier of Stone. What really can he do here? The answer is Blackland Fire Dragon, but Torrential's going to put an end to that. Now, Mari's draws have not been great. There we go. Jellyfish. That's actually a very big draw. Giant Soldier Stone. Okay. So, 2 good draws. Giant Soldier. It's a respectable beater. I think I get that one. See? Yeah, he seems to not be having a good time of it. I'm just a petite dragon. Caspian, what can you do here? The answer is his own Heart of the Underdog. Maybe that'll help him dig for another Spirit Ryu. Luckily, it's been a long string of spells and traps as the draws on Mari's end. So when they're not getting these things and a Dark Hole, not too bad. Oh, and that gets Exodia out of the way to help Heart of the Underdog. Jellyfish. Uronzo. Well, Uronzo's got 1,300 attacks, so... that still puts Caspian in a bad way. He's gonna need to draw something here. Petite Dragon's not it. Maybe the next draw will be better. Doesn't seem like it. Feel the Protector of the Throne Room for another Uronzo. Uronzo to another Heart of the Underdog, alright. Like I told you, Caspian, Petite Dragon ain't it. And the sword's back up, placed face down. Okay, Blackland is a 1,500 beater. That is not a bad one. It's too bad they had the trap hole for it. Tree of Enlightenment. It's gonna be a pot of greed now. Green Phantom King, that's 2 more draws, just 1 limb left. Alright, all it took was a few turns, and these Heart of the Underdogs are actually going pretty crazy. Protector of the Throne Room. This time, all it took was drawing 2, I guess, and their draws were fixed. Who needs Exodia, though? When you've got the beat down. Third Heart of the Underdog. 1 piece left in deck. But fails to draw a normal monster. This is gonna give Caspian a little time to figure something out, but he's really got to get it. Baby Dragon into One-Eyed Shield Dragon. Got a Spirit Ryu down there. Just a face down. Caspian, you don't understand. You don't understand what you're giving time to transpire. This Red Archery Girl just drew them 3-4 cards. And it's still bottom 7. Alright, Blackland Fire Dragon. Yamatano Dragon Scroll. Actually, Feather Duster's massive. These are all a bunch of 1,500 defenders, but that really slows the game down. But, you know, you've only got 6 turns to figure something out here. Alright, because Uchino Yaiba, that can start getting through defenses, but you have to figure out how to beat over all these other monsters and fast, because if it's not this card, and just like that, that is the first Exodia. All Mari had to do was slow it down just enough. They're gonna take game number 1. Looks like we gotta head into game number 2. Caspian coming here hoping to impress somebody, but is he gonna be able to do it? Mari going first here. Just setting the Giant Soldier Stone. That is their only monster with over 1,600 defense, so let's see. Oh, the second piece already. you know what? One-Eyed Shield Dragon? I mean, it was 1300 defense, so not sure if that was a great TT or not. And unfortunately, that Wicked Dragon with the Urzat's head is going to be one of Caspian's strongest monsters. Fortunate that they didn't save that for the in case the Heart of the Underdog starts going off. Like this. Mikazuchi no Yaiba. Right. Luckily for Mari, he's just setting here. And the more time you give Mari, the lower your chances of winning. Getting a baby dragon here. But unfortunately for Mari, he does have the draw power right now. He's got a Blackland Fire Dragon. He's got a Lesser Dragon. Honestly, not a bad series of draws for Caspian here. Archer Girl into swords. Keeps him off the Mikazuchi no Yaiba. I kinda get it. Petite Dragon. So all he can really do is sit with his Blackland and hope it sticks. That's a third piece. Yeah, he's just gotta see if he can get this Mikazuchi no Yaiba on board to get it to go, but I mean, we haven't seen a Spirit Ryu from him in a while. The baby dragon in attack position. Do you have a plan here with this? Nope. Just decided taking 200 was better than putting a monster in defense mode, I guess. This time we get a monster in defense mode, not a Blackland Fire Dragon in attack mode. Oof, the Spirit Ryu with defense mode, not what you want to see there. You really, if you were Caspian, wanted to save that for this turn, see if you have enough normal monsters to just get the one-shot here. But that's if the AI knows exactly how to... Oh? One. Just one. I guess that wasn't enough to one-shot. We're about to probably see him ditching a lot of cards here to try and clear this board out, because that Blackland Fire Dragon isn't quite enough to beat anything that's on board right now. The Wicked Dragon is 2 draws. Let's see, we have 14 left to deck. We're going to go down to 12, but... the back row full. Caspian can't even dark hole his way out of this. Gonna take 100 here. Fail to kill the Protector of the Throne Room there. And he threw away a Mikazuchi no Yaiba. Okay, I actually agree with that play. I agree with the dark hole there. Yes, they were going to hold up the line, but it does stop the tribute monster from coming down. Now it did open them up to the baby dragon, so luckily you top deck the tree, you're in great shape. $2,000 is going to get over just about anything. So they have a few outs here, but they need to draw one pretty immediately. Yeah, an arm is not an out, and if the AI knows how to kill here... Is Caspian gonna be able to pull this back around on game 2? Yes, the AI does in fact know how to gain enough attack points to get a kill. That's gonna be a 4,000 attack point Spirit Ryu, which is 100 more than he needed to take game 2. We are going to game 3. Caspian really trying to show off here. Let's see. Mari going ahead and taking the draw this time, but can Caspian manage to turn this around? We've got to find out. This time you get the 0 limb hand, which has got its upsides and downsides. Less bricky, but no part of your win con. Big 1300 from Huronzo. I like it. Setting the bluff Dark Hole. That is Harpbeast away. Setting the bluff cards is one of the few actual mind games you're allowed in Yu-Gi-Oh, so... With no limbs, Mari's gotta go on the beatdown here. But 13 of 1400 attack point monsters against Caspian in particular is pretty good. Have they been able to really get their footing in and get this game figured out? Third copy of Jellyfish, that's enough to beat over a baby dragon. Wicked Dragon with the Ursat's head. Does Mari even need Exodia to win a game? The answer's not looking good for you, Caspian. Reborn, okay. Interesting. I'm not sure what the bait here is. It's just Waboku. If you draw exactly Mikazuchi no Yaiba. Oh, just choosing to crash. Interesting. Is this the end? This game, they really looked at Caspian and said, I don't need Exodia. I'm gonna deal exact lethal with beatdown. With that, Mari takes game 3, despite a really good effort from Caspian in that second game. Let's head back to the bracket. And with that, Mari is going to get the 2-1 over Caspian. Setting up a very interesting game of Mari versus Astrid next round. But it looks like next up we've got Lola versus Mark. Alright, so time for the next game. That is going to be Lola and her Thunder Monsters against Mark and his swords, just swords. It's going to be very interesting to see where this goes, because Lola has kind of a low floor on what she can really bring forward. Yeah, just Electric Lizard. Makiyu. Underestimate Makiyu? That's crazy. Almost with defense lower than attack. Oh, Brave Scizor. 1700. However, that does mean it's not going to attack next turn, because that only affects non-zombie monsters, because you can't paralyze the zombie, obviously. Not sure I agree with putting the Thunderball down. I think the Electric Lizard would have been much nicer there. Oh, and Sword Stalker. Much bigger than the Sword Slasher that he presents, but definitely a big guy with a sword, now with 2 extra swords, sort of the deep-seated. And I'm gonna do that one. Legendary sword. Alright, let's get a paralyzed Sword Stalker for a turn, which is good. The Fiend's only getting in for 1,000. Lola has a few ways to draw out of this, but I'm just gonna set the Watt Kid, that's probably fine. Celtic Guardian. Very, very big. Yeah, Lola needs basically Thunder Dragon or bust. Ocu Beam is not good here. King of the Swamp. The AI is smart enough to attack with bigger monsters, so while normally in maybe other tournaments this one's a 1,000 attack point first. Can Lola get a good top deck here? Okay, Pot of Greed's always a good top deck. And there's the Thunder Dragon. Is it gonna stick though? And using the King of the Swamp to open up the ability to get one more twin-headed out later. It's 100 attack over the Sword Stalker. Electro Whip's gonna bump it by another 300. And just like that. She may be tired, but she said she was gonna give it her best. And like I said in the intro, Mark's deck's just not that great. Now it's up to Lola to start cleaning this board up before Mark can find any sort of recovery tool. Harpies to clear a 300 boost. Not a great Harpies. I mean, the Fiend, but Lola can't really get the pressure on either, so it's kind of a little bit of a back and forth. It's just up to see what Mark can do. Baron of the Fiend Sword, 1550 is not a bad monster. Again, better than the Sword Slasher. Which, if he draws Sword Slasher, he's in bad. Dark Hole. Okay. Yep. When it comes swinging with non-tribute monsters, I definitely like Mark's chances better. Sword's not a bad way to protect. Bear to the Fiend Sword. Yeah, it's probably a decent torrential here. Shadow to Thunder. All these removal spells, but no Thunder monsters to use with them. And the Momentum Extermination. I'm gonna get rid of both copies here. So now she's just down to Machio. And still no monsters, setting the Machio to bluff. Yep, and ended up getting punished. Alright, Lola, you're out of time. Can you draw? The third Ocu Beam is not what you needed. Again, she's just going to try and bluff with the Electro Whip here, but luckily he appears to also be pricked. Electric Lizard with an Electro Whip. 1150 to keep the beats going. Now there are some of Mark's monsters will not get over an 1150. Trial of Nightmare will, though. At least she's protected next turn, but if that's a Sword Stalker in hand, or even a Sword Slasher, here it comes. Ah, there's the Sword Slasher. See, this is why he had faith. And that is going to be game one to Mark. on to game 2. Well, I say he's not one of the better decks. Unfortunately, Lola just drew every tribute monster, even after deck thinning, so... Oh, and the Thunderball would have made up half of her fusion. That was a terrible, terrible Light Force Sword for her. But 1500 attack Tripwire Beast is not bad. So we'll have to see how Mark responds to this. Baron of the Fiend Sword, Sword of Deep, or that's the Sword of Deep Seated, that is Sword of Dark Destruction. Now at 1950. Wait, okay, hold on. Mock you away with the Mega Thunderball. Get the Poly. And there we go. Straight into Kaminari attack, a 1900 attack point monster. Now, obviously doesn't get to attack this turn thanks to Makiyu, but it's just a massive guy. And really only Swordstalker gets over it. Or certain equip setups on Mark's side, so we may be rocking and rolling here. And then Mark probably has a handful of tributes and equip spells. Getting back the Mega Thunderball, using Thunder Dragon to get 2 Thunder Dragons. Finally able to get in, and we might be seeing some sort of beatdown next turn. Oh, Reborn. King of the Swamp, are we seeing the tribute monster? We are. There's Swordstalker and 2 swords for it. 2600, that's gonna lower it down to 23. But I'd say she has maybe 6 draws that get her out of the situation. I don't count Lola out here. And top decking the Poly. That was basically 5 of the draws. Between that King of the Swamp, so Lola's maintaining control even after losing Kaminari attack. This ain't Forbidden Memories, but Twin-Headed's putting in the work. And another Makiyu. Alright. He's stuck wide open. Electro Whip to get it to 31. That boost enough is gonna make things difficult. And no removal spell. Is this going to be the end for Mark? It is not, because she went ahead and overcommitted. And now we're back to see who can brick less. The answer is Mark has a 1550 attack point monster. Now she's down Tripwire Beasts. Okay, the swords helped a lot here. Now she's got a Makiyu, and a Tripwire Beast can get her out of certain situations in combination with that Makiyu, but she's out of Thunder Dragons. She's drawing poorly again. She really needs to not draw Aki Beam here. Nobleman getting the MST. Wait, yep, Reborn. It's a good thing Mark put his monsters in defense mode, because now he's gonna beat this Twin-Headed again. What plays does he have, is the question. Judgment of Thunder. Yet another removal spell. When it's summoned, when a Thunder Monster is summoned, destroy something. So, there goes the Thunder Dragon again. And there's only one Reborn in these decks, so that may be her last Thunder Dragon, period. However, Mark, again, sitting with a handful of nothing to do. And he ends up trap-holing a Watt Kid, which is never something you want to do. Oh, Fiend Sword. Sword with a sword is 1700 attack. Lola, you need to do something here. Pot of Greed's something. Pot of Greed's definitely something. There we go. Electric Lizard allows her removal spell to go off, going for 850. That puts him on a 2-turn clock. Alright, Trial of Nightmare comes back on it. Now, there's probably at least a Sword Slasher or a Sword Stalker in that hand, so once again, oh, yep, there we go. Tripwire into Makiyu. She loses her battle phase, but that's worth it. Sets up a 1200 attack point monster and clears the board. And the Brave Scizor coming back. He has been able to keep up with her. He's super far behind on life points, but now that she hasn't drawn anything, can Mark get this turn back around? Second Brave Scizor is going to put her with 1 turn left to figure this out. She has no swords. If Mark plays the Torrential here, we are evened back up. But does he commit the monster? He does. He commits the Sword Stalker. Torrential Tribute. The AI just loves to normal summon when it doesn't need to. Just gonna set the Electric Blizzard. That makes sense. If it doesn't die this turn, she can just put the Aki Beam out next. But chooses not to attack. Alright, Aki Beam's only a 1550. She didn't choose to set it. So now it is a very, very close game, except Mark's got the Sword Stalker. She draws Polly, and that is surprisingly, I think, going to be a 2-0 for Mark. Yep, just the Harpies to clear that up. Nothing to stop him. Exact lethal. That's it. 2-0 over Lola. Who's not too upset about this? She's gonna go take herself a nap. Let's head back over to the bracket. Alright, and with that, I think that was kind of an upset. We have Mark 2-0ing Lola. And if it was an upset, it was at least something I would expect to go to a Game 3. But that means we've got the next round, which is Robin versus Princess Ada. Alright. Let's get into it. We have Robin's Harpy Lady deck versus Ada's Great Moth. Should be a very interesting one. Robin going first. Opening with a couple of strong wing beasts. Ada goes for the aggressive giant fleet, but Robin had the reinforcements, keeps the Faith Bird up. Fissure to clear that away. So while she's got some powerful monsters, it's going to be hard for her really to push, especially Fiend Reflection, Tyhone. Robin does not come with small beaters right now. Ah, Koagar Alpha, 1450. That is going to be able to handle just about anything Robin's got at the moment. That's even 50 more than the defense on the Fiend Reflection. To the Mystical Elf. It's going to be a little bit of healing. 600. So, here comes the big question is, what does he do here? And that's draw another poly. Tyhone's something he would like to have for his fusions. But, well, the giant flea crash, or the big insect crash, means keeping all of his life points intact for a turn. Again, Harpy Lady's 1400 defense. It's good enough to keep the big insect off, but nothing else. Everything's eating the attacks, but something's got to change here. King of the Swamp, no good. No good at all. If he doesn't get a Dark Hole, maybe a Torrential. I don't see how this works out for Robin here. Tyhone a little too late. Want to switch just a slight modification on those draws, and maybe he was in a better position here. He's at least holding off the big insect. Ada seems to be drawing nothing but bricks over there. And the Goki Boar. This forest, just this 200 attack point buff in the forest, has put in for a lot of extra damage here. Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress #1. Only 1000 defense. This might be it. Yep. Looks like Robin just couldn't keep onto the insect onslaught for Princess Ada in the first game. Very unfortunate, but we can see what he's got here in game 2. All right, already an interesting hand for Robin here. Mountain Tyhone reinforcements. Okay. Well, if we see a start again, that's very similar. Goki Boar, Insect Cannon. Yep. Gonna clear that insect right up. Now it's just what can he do to get more pressure on the board? I mean, okay. A 14 and a 15. Not bad at all, actually. Princess, can you get a repeat of last turn? Alright, well, popping the Tyhone, setting a monster. And there goes the Petite Moth, setting the Wings of Wicked Flame. There goes the Wings of Wicked Flame. So that cuts him off from one of his fusions for at least the time being. Reinforcements for the defense. Alright, well this is going to open up a line here, I think. Just to clear up the giant flea. Question is Ada going to go in on trying to take out this face-down King of the Swamp or not? Big Insect says yes. Big Insect's gonna do it. She's seeing a line I don't see, but I don't know if she's got the life points for it. Now she's got some solid defense to keep her monsters alive. It's just, can she do that? Dark Hole. Clearly the Cocoon of Evolution. But lets her get in for 12, so I guess it's a matter of who is wrong here. Oh, Skull Redbird. A 1550 attacker in the mountain that's 1750. If Ada's got another cocoon, maybe she can wall up a little bit, but... It's a Tyhone. Nope, just a Petite Moth. Alright, Ada, you got one turn or we're going to game 3. Alright, is it a cocoon? It's another Petite Moth. So it looks like game 3 it is. As Robin, without any Harpy ladies, pretty effortlessly cleaned this one up. Sort of Harpies and a Dark Hole in hand. That's how you know things were going well. And I guess we're going to game 3. Got a Harpy, Winged Dragon, King of the Swamp, but Ada's taking the first go this time. Alright. A few sets. Skull Redbird's gonna eat the trap hole. Probably worth it. Gokibor, Kawagar Alpha. Getting in for 40 or 2450 and another back row. Okay, Waboku keeping the Gokibor alive. It's gonna help Ada now turn this into a wall-up situation. And the swords to boot. Now, if only she had a Petite Moth Cocoon of Evolution combo. Instead, she's just gonna have to watch as Robin starts to build a pretty big field here. I love the dance the AI does under swords sometimes. Not sure why it set King of the Swamp, though. Alright, swords are up. Ada's had time to build up some defenses. I'm not sure pumping the Skull Redbird was exactly the choice to make, but at least everything here is still too big for Ada to deal with at the moment. But Robin has another mountain, so... Forces it to attack the Cocoon of Evolution, get in a little chip. Now, if that's a Petite Moth face down and she draws Waboku. Alright, Dark Hole. Alright, well, Robin's down on life, but I do not dislike where he is in this situation. She's got no cards in hand, facing down a 1400 attack point monster, and she's down 2 cocoons. Alright, well, Pot of Breeding into a 1500 attack point monster will help a lot, actually. Gonna pitch the King of the Swamp for a poly. And Tyhone and Wings of Wicked Flame. Going to Mavelis, who matches at 1500. Ada is willing to trade here. Very unusual for the AI to do. But now, Skull Redbird, another Waboku. Ada really able to keep up in this game despite falling so far behind. Still ahead by almost 3,000 life points. I guess she hasn't drawn into any great mods or anything yet. I mean, as soon as she does, though, she's gonna be into a Skull Red Bird of her own. Now to play a little defense against this one. Faithbird, and she's willing to go ahead, and he's willing to go ahead and crash here. Some very aggressive trades in this game, so I am legitimately like trying not to just get sucked into this one instead of commentating. There we go on Harpy Lady. It's another smooth 1500. 1700 to the dome. Adam might finally be out. There's no dark hole. There's no swords. 32 on board. King Swamp didn't change any math, but that's alright. 1200 left to see if Ada can get it. No! Her last two draws were bricks. Her luck finally ran out. Final Faithbird coming in. And the reverse 2-1 is going to get Robin the win. Let's head back to the bracket. All right, that was a pretty good one. I've got to say, Robin moving on to face Mark in the next round. That means here we have Case versus Moloch. All right, let's go. We've got Case in his Fiery Warrior deck versus Moloch in his Fiends. Oof, not a great opening hand for Case here. Does have a widespread, which will help, but luckily it looks like Moloch did not have a very aggressive start. Thomas Soul. But equipped with Salamander and a Burning Spear, this is going to make it 1700. Never mind, just 1,000. It bounces off the Frenzied Panda. Moloch not only plays Fiends, but plays monsters with weird stat lines. The Soul Exchange. Into the set that got rid of the Torrential and... oh lord. Except you set the King of Yami Makai. Interesting. Well, it happened to work out for you. Hino Tomasol, are we looking for another tribute? No, just taking Hino Tomasol instead of Frenzied Panda. Flame Manipulator is a spellcaster, look at that. But Moloch's still with a 2200 attack point monster. That Soul Exchange already causing the exact kind of ruckus he was looking for. Now with swords up, what is the play? Right now it's to sit and wait. Now Flame Manipulator is half of a fusion, so hypothetically there we go, Flame Manipulator, King of the Swamp. Gets Case into Flame Swordsman here. Burning Spear able to get it to 2200. That's going to match the King of Yami Makai. Can Moloch do anything? The Fissure. That's huge. 2200 attack, 1730 defense, just a massive stat line. And Masaki, right now, just not enough. Case doesn't have the ability to set up a big Flame Swordsman again. No Torrential. But it looks like Moloch isn't going to be putting on a ton of pressure. Oh, I said that, but there's the Castle of Dark Illusions. 1120 attack. Flame Champion, that unfortunately, while maybe Case's single best monster, may not get him through here. Left with 1280 life points. Nope, looks like this first round is going to go to Moloch. Just having the answers. With that, game 1 goes to Moloch. Let's go to game 2. Case's deck is pretty rough, very fusion dependent in the early stages. There we go. But actually, that's a pretty good setup this early on. 1300 defense. Moloch just gonna set and T-set pass, lose the trap hole. Oof, takes 230 here. However, deciding just to go for the fusion instead. Now the fusion probably would have, Vermilion Sparrow probably would have liked that spear, but oh yikes. The fissure, the Yami, and then the castle and the Ryukushin getting in. Now Case has monster speed over these. There we go, Fire Yarrow. 1300 attack point monster. The question is, does Moloch... Oh, Moloch's got the Dark Chimera to come back. 1810 attack. Burning Spear, little late. It's gonna be 3010 damage here. In case you have anything to stall, all you need to do is get this Flame Champion on the board somehow. That's not gonna do it. And on turn 10, Moloch is going to get exactly what he wanted. And that is to take out one of these pesky humans. Moloch gonna 2-0 Case. Let's head back to the bracket. Alright. Moloch with the easy 2-0. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, not something I expected at all. Case did very, very well in my testing. But now it's time for V versus Pandora. Alright, here we go. We have V's Muka Muka deck versus Pandora's Seal Master deck. V with the Avatar of the Pot set and the Trap Hole. Not bad. There's the Tao the Enchanter. Alright, well that stops the enraged Muka Muka from coming down. So I don't know how much they realize that they just saved their own butt, but now it's just a man-eating plant. So if if Pandora can find a way through this, chooses not to attack with Tao the Enchanter. Now 2400 on a single tribute monster. That is so much. Alright, well, Kakietsu here gets in for 1,000, but Luckily, V doesn't have any sort of follow-up with that, just setting the two-pronged attack. And the setback from Pandora. They're both playing a very slow game at the moment. There we go, that's going to speed it up some for Pandora. The Reborn into the Enraged Muka Muka, that is big. They're going to be taking the 2400 attack point monster for themselves here. You gotta wonder what Pandora has set here that they don't want to have in for the extra damage. Clear away the Silver Fang. Does V have anything left in the tank to come back from this? Something like a Fissure will do it. You have to wonder, it's a matter of time before now V draws the Reborn. Dummy Mystical Elf getting in for 1,000 beats. V's Jar of Greed will help them dig a little bit. But the Time Seal is going to stop V's next draw, which is good against V very specifically. I would say Time Seal's not a great card a lot of the time. But the Exorcist putting their knowledge of seals to work for them here. And you hate to torrential away a Mystical Elf, but didn't have much of an option there. Clearing away the Solemn Wish is probably a good choice. Now, what is in Pandora's hand that they just can't play anything? Muka Muka for 15. Pandora doesn't have a ton of power. Might be looking at an Enraged here. With another 2400 attack point monster on the board, Pandora has to find some way out of this situation. They've played a bunch of removal spells as is. Setting the Man-Eating Plant over the Avatar of the Pot's certainly a decision. Looking at MSTing the back row. Yep, there was the Talisman of Trap Sealing. Now they've got half the life points, but I think in a much better position than Pandora here. $3,600 damage coming in. Can Pandora do anything to stabilize here? Just a set, I don't think it'll be enough. Curtain of the Dark Ones. Man-Eating Plant into Avatar of the Pot. It wasn't a clean win, but it was a win on V's side. Gonna be game 1 for V. Into game 2. The Pot of Greed very happy with that win. Ah, there we can see what makes V's deck special. V gets multiple Pot of Greeds. Not saving one for the Solemn Wishes. Not even playing the Solemn Wishes or the Trap Hole, just choosing to stick a large Muka Muka instead. Debatable on how good of an idea that was. Willing to give up a little bit of attack points. There's a Seal Master. And we'll even give up a few more attack points for an Avatar of the Pod. I think that's not a bad idea. That's actually a tremendous time seal. Unfortunately, they would need a Yami Mystical Elf in order to have really gotten a hold of the board there. Which it looks like they still do not have. See, Betsy's second Muka Muka. Choosing not to. Interesting. In fact, setting the Muka Muka. But this may be it for Pandora. $36 to the dome. That gives them one turn to come back. No, that looks like it's it. That's what happens when your head's not in the game, unfortunately. You just get run over. And that is a quick... They made the second game look easy. Turn 11. V cleans it up. Let's head back to the bracket. Alright, with that, that's going to be a 2-0 for V. Unfortunately, Pandora just... Again, their mind seems to be somewhere else. But we still have a lot of games to go. Like right now, we're going into Layla versus Rhea. And here we go. Layla's machine spaceship themed deck versus Rhea's Earth Warriors. Hibikime from Rhea, who's going to pass here. Not too bad. Just going to set the Steel Scorpion. Magnet Circle level 2 did not last. I forget what this card does, especially on level 2 or lower machine monster from your hand. Yeah. Alright. In 3 turns from now, your life ends, Hibikime. Holograw. Setting another Steel Scorpion. I imagine we'll get got by Hibikime again. Reborning the Steel Scorpion in order to tribute for the beautiful Beast Tamer. $29.50. One more turn before Hibikime goes down, but I doubt Rhea needs it. She was. I said from the beginning, she was tough. 1600 attack, beautiful head huntress. Layla not putting up nearly the fight that Lola did. Setting the Hologron, hoping that Rhea doesn't have a follow-up here. But she definitely does. King of the Swamp lethal. The absolute smackdown from Rhea. Turn 8 victory. It's very, very fast in this tournament today is the turn 8. Heading into game number 2, let's see if Layla can turn something around against Rhea here. This time Layla choosing to go first. Just setting the Jinzo number 7 and passing. Rhea with the Pot of Greed, the beautiful Headhunters. Couple of back row. Honestly, I still don't know how to get the AI to not dark hole a single target when Fissure's there, but 1200 from the spaceship. Finally able to deal some damage to Rhea. And then setting out the Protector of the Throne Room to bait. Layla not falling for it, but also switching Gradius to defense mode. But I guess Rhea doesn't have anything to beat over it. Honestly, a wise swords, I think. If she can just draw a small machine, she can stick her launcher spider here, and that would do a ton of work. Alright, Rhea setting out the bait again, once again. Layla not falling for it. But not having any sort of real thing she can do. Now the Protector's got 1800 defense. Well, she might get fissured here. Not a bad call. Is Gradius going to go in on the face down? It's not. The AI deciding 1200 just isn't enough attack. Alright, well the beautiful Headhuntress is here, so you need to do something. There goes the Dust Tornado. And Hibikime comes in. That might be all of Layla's chances to actually win this game. She already played her Dark Hole. She has a Torrential in there somewhere, but if Hibikime is the one getting in here, that beautiful Beast Tamer and the Sonic Maid, yep. Layla really managed to slow Rhea down for a little bit, but it's just not enough, I think. Nope, just another Steel Scorpion. Looks like Rhea's gonna get the 2-0 over Layla. Ah, the sword's unnecessary. But is she gonna be 50 short of lethal? Nope, because she's got reinforcements. Actually gonna be 450 over lethal. Rhea absolutely devastating Layla. I guess we're gonna head on to the bracket after that 2-0. Alright, and with that, with Rhea getting the 2-0, both of the Dunder Twins have been eliminated. I would have hoped that one of them would have made it through, but such is the way of card games. Means we're on to the next battle of Crim versus Tanya. Alright, we've got Crim's Trial of the Princess deck versus Tanya's Rocks. Crim just opening 5 staples. Six staples. Minamushi Warrior losing the Moai as well. Okay. Doriado getting the Minamushi Warrior as well. Crim may just take... Oh, nope. There goes the field. Does Tanya have a fusion in hand? Usually that poly means yes. Dissolve Rock. Plus Skull Servant. Comes Flame Ghost for 1000 attack. It's not a great fusion, but it is half rock. Alright, Crim's got the Mystical Elf here. What does Tanya do with a Flame Ghost? The thing that hides in the mud, only 1200 attack. I'm gonna clear that up. The Flame Ghost defense is an interesting maneuver from Tanya. Trial of the Princess, that's a hard brick. not going in for the extra 1,200. This may be the single worst series of draws I've ever seen. Is this just going to be game here? It is not. If Tanya had just attacked with the thing in the mud last turn, that would have been game. And the Princess Picrew is another bad draw. Meaning that is going to be it for Crim here. Well, I forgot about the Waboku. That is one more turn. What can he get here? Maiden in the Moonlight has 1,500 attack. That's what he can get. He's able to somewhat stabilize, but Tanya can draw outs to this. Especially with 2 more draws off the Pot of Greed. Unfortunately, she did not. So, switches the Maiden of the Moonlight to defense mode. But summons another one. So, an interesting maneuver. We'll continue to set. Why the Mystical Elf in attack mode? You gonna attack with it? Nope. It's just baiting something? Not sure I understand Crim's strategy here. And that Feather Duster's gonna make the AI use the reinforcements on the wrong monster. Losing his MST and Dust Tornado as well. And dropping him to 500 life points. We've seen no Picrew and no Curran. Not even attacking the Moai here. Why? Why'd the AI do that? Well, Ebon Magician Curran did appear, but that was a trap hole, so... Just a back row. Tanya's got to figure out how to beat these maidens. Crim's got to figure out how to attack with these maidens. He's gone very on the defensive since going down to 500 life points. Maybe if he could just draw a Picrew or a Curran here, he might be able to use that Trial of the Princess to start picking himself back up. Chain the Waboku, that's probably fine. I mean, that's... doesn't hurt to activate there at all. Oh, I do not agree with that at all. If Tanya draws almost any monster in her deck, she wins here. She must have drawn exactly Skull Servant. Once again, giving Tanya an opening here. Is she gonna do it? Giant Soldier of Stone. That's gonna be game 1 to Tanya. Alright. Crim can definitely do better this game too. It's just up to him to do it. Alright, well, 2 princesses in hand are 2 bricks, so he's basically going to be playing with a 3-card hand for the rest of the game. Gonna send the Minamushi Warrior to deal 500 burn. Can Maiden get over whatever's face down? No, Giant Soldier Stone. The AI's gonna Dark Hole here. Attack with the Moai. I think it's Statues of Easter Island is the name, but it's a Moai. Not Getting in with the White Magician Picrew for the bonus life points was an interesting decision. Maiden of the Moonlight. Crim, any chance you draw your, Okay, well, Pot agreed. That's 2 more chances to draw your equipped spell here. Nope, just gonna fissure. That's fine, too. White Magician Picrew, that's gonna start gaining him some life points back. Not attacking with the Doriado, but leaving it in attack mode. I don't know why the AI's doing that exactly, but this is where things may start to get out of hand on Crim's side with the Picrew on board. That was 800 last turn, that's going to be 1200 this turn. The Book of Secret Arts on the Doriado. Yeah, he's playing with 2 dead cards in hand, but he's got the board, and he's got a massive life point advantage. That's only going to grow every single turn. Alright, well there goes the Picrew, so at least it's only up by, what, 2400 life? And now without a Picrew or a Curran to give the Trial of the Princess. Did Doriado not attack directly again? Alright, well there goes the board. Very weird plays from Crim. I don't know, did he get caught simping over a 3D woman? Just doesn't want to attack her for some reason? Once again, at least not attacking a face down makes a little sense. But not attacking Crim, bud, you gotta start attacking. Alright, at this point, Tanya's built up a wall. So, what's the plan here? There's a setup there. Rock Bombardment, send another Minamushi Warrior to still not even have him at 8,000 life points. No Torrential there, however. Basically, Reinforcements was just 500 burn. Okay, oh, here we go. Gonna clear the back row here. Picrew with the Trial of the Princess. That is 2,000 attack at this point. Trying to use the Doriado as bait. So once again, we're going to start the life gain train with Picrew. Getting the Minamushi Warrior with 1,300 attack. Maybe that will convince Crim to start attacking. Okay, well that Somi's runs over both Kings and King Swamps. Hello? Why are you not attacking directly? Then the Waboku Reinforcements combo that rendered either of them useless. Surely this is the turn he attacks. Okay, is it just because he's got lethal? Nope, he doesn't have lethal. He just did it like that. But I think it's finally over. With 12,200 life points, Krim is going to take game 2 over Tanya. With 2 dead cards the entire game. Means we're going to game 3. It's a very, very interesting one. Another princess in hand from the start. But got a Book of Secret Arts and reinforcements. So another handful of only mildly playable cards, but at least the Doriato's got 1500 attack, so may actually start attacking get this game. I think Krim heard the simping over 3D women and got offended that I would dare say 3D women are worth simping over. Yep, Ancient Elf. Not going to be doing anything after that trap hole. Oh, the Monster Reborn. Into the Easter Island statue. Could have been an extra 350 damage had you picked the Ancient Elf, but alright. I think the AI loves to go for that bait, so maybe that was the whole plan, was to bait the attack, but that Evan Magician's just not going to stick, is it? Alright, Tanya, do you have anything to come back and beat Krim here? Just a set. Now, there could be a few different things set here that can actually keep her in the game. But that's not one of them. 8-8, and with exact lethal, Krim's taking game 3 over the Geologist. Gonna head back to the bracket. Alrighty. The 2-1 from Krim. That does mean, in order to get his day off, he's gonna have to get through Rhea next round, which is a huge ask. But first, we still have to finish the rest of round 1. Starting with Nyx versus Mary. Alright, let's get into it. We've got Nyx's Water deck versus Mary's Spirit of the Pharaoh. That is a great opening hand from Nyx here. Though the Clown Zombie's one of the better hands that you can get on Mary's side as well. And the first sarcophagus into the second sarcophagus immediately. Mary is in great shape. I'm not sure Nyx understands the position that they're in. Here comes the Tongyo. Fire Reaper. Attacker Minos. Oh, that's the second sarcophagus. And immediately 3 monsters onto the field. Spirit of the Pharaoh, 2,500 attack. Is the Clown Zombie gonna crash with the Tongyo here? It is not. Tongyo just gonna clear up the Pharaonic Guardian. Swords of Revealing Light. Alright. But now, this is Mary's game to lose at this point. A 2,500 attack point monster is going to be super hard to lose with. Tongyo just going to keep attacking. Sacrificing King of the Swamp for the Kiryushin, which should prompt a defense mode, yep. The Poly. Alright, that just leaves Spirit of the Pharaoh with 1 turn left of swords. Now here's the question, is can Mary get anything to stick after this? There's the Wandering Doomed. Nope, just gonna put 3 monsters in defense mode. See what Mary has to do about it. Now that Poly can hypothetically do something. Have Attacker Minnows, 1500 attack. I remember that was my McDonald's promo back in the day. Very lucky to open a super. I really wanted Cosmo Queen, but Attacker Minnows is cool. I think I still have that copy somewhere. Just gonna run over Attacker Minnows, deal 100 damage. This is, like I said before, this feels like Mary's game to lose. Feather Duster gonna clear away that 1 back row. Mary just needs a good zombie to put on board. If she can get another clown zombie, maybe she can start getting some pressure on. There it is. Now, what can Nyx do in this situation? I mean, they can set Jellyfish, that's going to hold off Clown Zombie depending on the attack order. Go 150 damage back. Hypothetically, that's going to save them 1 more attack next turn as well. 2 attacks, actually. 1 from the Clown Zombie, 1 from the Spirit of the Pharaoh, but... Oh, Solemn Johnson, you are not... You are actually exactly the opposite of what they need right now. I wouldn't say exactly the opposite. I can't think of a reason they would want to split their life points right now. 5,200 showing on board. Alright, Jellyfish is going to buy them another turn. At least I think it's going to buy them another turn. It is. Only 1,500 life points left. And drew another Poly. You know what? I respect it. You're dead on board anyway. May as well. Solemn Judgment the Wasteland. Spirit of the Pharaoh. Game number 1's going to Mary. Head on to game number 2. See if Nyx can turn their fate around with these water monsters. Mary going first again. Oh, I think this is actually a hand that does something for Nyx here, though. Mary with only the Clown Zombie, which is her best summon, but... Tongyo plus King of the Swamp. Deep Sea Shark. Attacker Minnows. And the Steel Shell. This might be over quickly. Turn 2 looking at a 23 and a 1,500 attack point monster. Never mind. Dark Hole puts a stop to that. And gets in for a cool 900. No Sarcophagus, though. but 2 bricks. So maybe, just maybe, Mary can continue to pull this out. Just a set. I assume we're seeing the Feather Duster here. That was the first sarcophagus. So Mary desperately needs to draw another one. I wonder what she's got face down that she's willing to attack with a 900 monster. Not the face down. It could be Fire Reaper. Could be maybe the Wandering Doomed. Hitting Solemn Judgment. That's good. Potentially to help keep that next first sarcophagus. Just 900 beats at a time. Pot of Greed, that's got to get Nyx to something better here. Yep, like Takramenos. Defense is just not going to be Mary's strong suit here. She kind of needs exactly Wasteland Clown Zombie, of which she's got neither. Are we going to see a tribute? Nope, she's going to get a WoW Warrior. Yep, the Wandering Doomed. WoW Warrior for 1250. Nyx really turned this one around. It just took some bad draws on Mary's side. Getting the sarcophagus out of the way. And there's the Kriushin. It might be over next turn, just depending on what Nyx draws here, what Mary does or doesn't draw. Alright, well, defense monster if Nyx draws anything here. But they didn't, so she's gonna get the second Kriushin. Sending Mary to 100 life points and setting the trap. Born the King of the Swamp. Unfortunate, that's all they could do. Tongyo, Fissure, and the Kriushin for 18. We are going to game 3. Yeah, Mary just without that early Spirit of the Pharaoh, she's gonna have trouble. But she's getting to go first again, so she can just get that first sarcophagus in these opening 5 cards. How's it looking for you, Mary? Looks like that's a no. It's gonna give Nyx time to stick a Tongyo and see what they can get done. Alright. Well, just another monster set pass. We're gonna see a tribute or a second Tongyo. We are going to see a fusion, because Bottom Dweller and Tongyo is a fusion. That's back to the Deep Sea Shark. Alright, well, with some stall, Mary may be able to claw this back, but it's just gonna be hard. We're gonna see the jellyfish, the Kriushin. We're gonna see the jellyfish. 3100 puts Mary on a 1-turn clock now. Can she get something figured out, or is she getting the reverse sweep? Well, she's not dead on board. Is that the sarcophagus again? It was. But Nyx had the Dust Tornado and the Reborn. It doesn't matter what they get here because they're getting the Kriushin and they are getting lethal. A wild comeback from Nyx here to seal their way into the next round. Outstanding. Let's see who hit the bracket. Alright, well, Mary put up a heck of a fight there. Nyx was just able to pull it out. So that means we're going to head on to the next round, which is Belladonna versus Coriander. Alright, let's get it going. We have Belladonna's Slime deck versus Coriander's Monk deck. This is going to be a very interesting matchup because these are two very unorthodox decks. The Melting Red Shadow, Worm Drake. A very aqua-heavy focus over on Belladonna's side. Chusuke Pass. Interesting. Lone Wolf basically makes the Chusuke invincible. Doesn't prevent damage, however. Castle Walls, pumping up the King of the Swamp. Maybe the most thematic King of the Swamp we have, as it is quite slimy. But now Lone Wolf means Chusuke isn't the only monster on the board. However, doesn't seem to care and went after the Rock Ogre Grotto. Buffing up the defense on King of the Swamp here. Chusuke's back to being the only monster on board. Hitting the Melting Red Shadow here. Popping the reinforcements, which would have really helped Chusuke here a lot. However, continuing to ignore the Chusuke, setting the door over. And there is Invigoration, now the biggest monster on the board, and immune from destruction. Belladonna's gonna have to fight her way out of this one for sure. Pot of Greed. Monk Fighter into Master Monk. The double attack from the Master Monk, clearing the board up nicely. Not a bad Harpies all in all, but the second Lone Wolf, yeah, that wasn't going to do anything. This is so much damage on the Crackback. 1212 and another 3,800. Belladonna went from being in the lead with that Worm Drake to having absolutely nothing. Doesn't seem like her schemes can keep up with such a fast-paced offense like Coriander's, who just crushes her by turn 12. Just took him a little bit of setup. We're gonna head on to the game 2. You just have to wonder, does she have the ability to get out of this situation? You know, she's got a fusion she's got access to, but got various slimes in hand. Just gonna set the Metal Reflect slime and pass. Our first Gemini monster, by the way. But that's not gonna stand up to Destroyer Golem at all. Setting the Metal Reflect slime again instead of the Humanoid slime. Another Destroyer Golem. She's gonna take a 1900 punch to the face here. Yeah, the Humanoid Slime's good as long as another buff doesn't come for the Destroyer Golem. Alright, it's gonna hold the field for now. Putting up the swords may not be a bad thing. Try and dig for that Worm Drake or a King of the Swamp. See if she can get that Humanoid Worm Drake on board. While Coriander seems to be taking his time. There we go. Now, if she can get this to stick, he could have a reinforcements or something like that back there. It is only 2200 attack. And there's the reinforcements. Losing her humanoid worm drake. She's just got to set a door over and pass. Power of Kaishin, it's only a small buff. At this point, he's got control of the board. And she's just got Dust Tornado. And the Master Monk. To the dome. This does not look good for Belladonna at all. If she can maybe get a trap hole, maybe that can set, or a dark hole, maybe that can set something up to at least equalize. But the magical reflect slime, that isn't it. That I think is going to be a 2-0 Coriander. Pot agreed into the Chusuke. Making sure to destroy the Metal Reflect Slime. 700, 1500. Master Monk for Gabe. Again, another easy one for Coriander here. Belladonna, your slimes are creepy, but they're just not that powerful. I'll just meet you back at the bracket. Alright. With the 2-0, Coriander's going over Belladonna. And then we're going to head into the next match of Alex versus Coop. Alrighty, here we go. We've got Alex's Robo Yarrow deck versus Coop's Clowns. Coop, I think, with one of the stronger decks we're going to see in this event, but Robo Lady, Robo Yarrow, Ground Attacker Bugroth, not a bad opening hand. And immediately the Dark Hole, however, is going to clear a 1500 attack point monster and clear the back row. That's huge. Just an Acrobat Monkey. I mean, 1800 defense, nothing to sneeze at. It looks like he doesn't have anything that he feels good going with it either. There we go, Giant Mech Soldier, 1750 attack. Waboku, however, Ryukushin Clown. Not gonna do a ton here, but swords. Okay, you changed battle positions, right? Yep. Just a goal. Just setting the Robo Lady. Alright, just a lot of building defense on either side. Machine Conversion Factory setting the Robo Yaru. There we go. Here comes the beginning of the clown onslaught. And behind one more turn of swords. Alright, Enchanted Fitting Room. Are we going to see anything? Well, one Robo Lady, that's at least something. Hammer Shot's going to clear the Crass Clown. Contributing the face down Robo Lady, but that is Trap Hold. So not a good look for Alex here. Changing the Robo Lady to attack, but not attacking it. Boarding the Crass Clown, honestly, not bad. Especially when you've got the Poly to go into the Picrew box. 2300 attack. Does not feel like getting in with the clown. He doesn't know that was a good idea. against them, but now 3 Ryukushin clowns just kind of sitting there. Ah, there we go. There's a Mystic Clown. Now Coop is solidly in control. Up by over 3,500 life points. Board full of clowns. I don't see how this gets. Yikes. Is this game? 8. This is game. Game 1's gonna go to Coop here. Clean that up pretty quick after finally getting that board control. However, we'll see what happens when we go into game 2. Can Alex turn this around? Okay, that is not a hand for turning anything around. That hand is for turning around and walking away from the board. Stumbling here. This is honestly the easiest heart piece of anybody's life. Okay, well, Boku. He doesn't know that they don't have anything. Torrential, okay. Alright, well. The swords is what really helped Coop come back last time, so is this going to help him save himself now? Ground attacker Bugroth. It is bigger than anything but his mystical clown. But his mystic clown, so Enchanted Fitting Room, we're gonna whiff again. Trap Hole, Machine Conversion Factory, King of the Swamp, Ground attacker Bugroth, actually even worse than last time, getting a whopping 0 cards. Right, Crash Clown to bounce. And then get in for 1850. At least there's a hammer shot to kill the clown here. Bugroth to continue to hold the board. Into the stumbling, just gonna MST that, understandable. If they can actually get something to stick on board, then they definitely don't want the stumbling. Alright, Enchanted Fitting Room, surely this time. Shovel Crusher, Ground Attacker Bugroth, Machine Conversion Factory, Giant Mech Soldier. Hey, Shovel Crusher, that's 900 damage. An oft-forgotten Tristan monster, the Shovel Crusher. And here's the Roboyaru. Choosing to get very aggressive here. Not that aggressive, though. Shovel Crusher to defense. And the Shield Crush, getting rid of said Shovel Crusher. There goes the Dream Clown. Alex, with that giant mech soldier, may have been able to finally get the foothold they need to get the rest of this push in. Gargoyle in attack mode. Okay, we might actually see this game 3. He already played his swords. Maybe that's a torrential, and maybe Alex draws a monster here, overextending. But if that is a torrential, it doesn't matter, because they don't overextend. We are going to game 3. Huge win for the Roboyaru player. Game 3, this time Alex will be going first. Maybe the extra card is what Coop needs to bounce back and just finish this game off. Get into the round of 16. All right, not a great opener on Alex's side. Maybe Coop has something. Pot of Greed, I'd say, is something. Oh, Mystic Clown is a no-go. Comes to Stumbling. All right. Yeah, not bad, because you don't want to set that and then flip it up. So, yep, Blade Rabbit. Would have gone to defense thanks to Stumbling, popping the giant mech soldier anyway, so that was probably a fine torrential. Here we go. Polly for Robo Yarrow and King of the Swamp Robo Lady's going to get Super Robo Lady. It's at defense mode anyway. Just changing Super Robo Lady to attack mode for some reason. Oh, you think you're gonna run it over, but Picrew box is gonna go to defense mode. Yeah, you wanted to do that in the other order, so you could have changed the Picrew box to attack mode. But because Robo Lady only gets the boost when she's attacking directly, and she didn't tag into the Super Robo Yaru, that just means that Coop has a huge advantage here. And this might just be it for Alex. And because he knows he's got that Stumbling, he feels safe to leave the Ryukushin Clown in attack mode. But yeah, they were able to blow up the Stumbling, but do they have anything left? Ground Attacker Bugroth. Maybe an attack mode could have done something somewhere along the way, but that's it. That's just destroyed. 8, and with the Picrew box in for 23, that is going to be game 3 for Coop. It's a very interesting set, I think. But, alright, well, let's catch you at the bracket. Alrighty, well, despite Alex getting one, Coop ends up taking the match. And now we see who the final member of the top 16 is between Barry and Shat Calico. Alright, here we go. Barry's Burn deck versus Shat Calico's Ninjas. Barry going second here. There we go. That's a lot of burn in hand immediately. As you can see, Barry doesn't go for the long-lasting burn. Barry's about getting in as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. Meteor Destruction for 1,000. Ukazi for 800. Final Flame for 600. Sparks for 200. And Setting and Passing. 2,600 damage, but now she's out of stuff to do. The 2,200 attack point White Ninja. Fire Trooper normally can be used for burn as well, but at this point, I mean, what does Barry have? The answer is another Ukazi. I mean, she's She's winning for the moment, but yep, that's 2200. That 700 attack point boost from the Fuma Shuriken is so much. Reborn. Getting Go-Go here. Yep, reveals that that's not a spell card, so he doesn't have to pop it. Unfortunately, somehow he is lacking the ability to finish this game. So she's gonna get herself a swords here. Wait. If you're actually destroying swords, that tells me, yep, you have lethal. That is the only time the AI will destroy swords. Going in for exact lethal. That was not as close as the life points made it look. Shad Calico easily defeating Barry here. Barry, who's more concerned with dealing burn damage than winning, it feels like. She's choosing to go first in game 2 here. Okay, she's actually got monsters. Let's see. Pot of Greed. Meteor of Destruction for 1,000. Sparks for 200. Boganian in a trap hole to help protect the Boganian. Oh no. Does he have a 1500 attack point ninja? Nope, he's just got Fissure. He also has a 1500 attack point ninja. Now Go-Go can't do any hand rips because she's only got 2 monsters in hand, but it may already be over. Goblin Thief, 500 burn, 500 heal. Evens them out, but this game is not even. There goes the Boganian. Ninjutsu Art of Transformation into Big Koala. 700 burn from Fuma Shuriken, 2700 damage from Big Koala. Did just the Arm Ninja in attack mode. And that's it. I think the fastest game in the tournament so far. Turn 6, attack from the Big Koala. Barry absolutely destroyed. I'll have to catch you with the bracket. And with the 2-0 over Barry, that's going to finish us in the top 16. Where we're going to be jumping straight into Cora versus Angela. Blue Eyes versus Angels. Alright, for the first game to see who gets into top 8. Cora versus Angela, with Cora going first. Now this can go very, very well for her, very, very poorly. We will just have to see. That's an okay start. The Dragon Dwelling in the Cave can really help her get ready for Blue Eyes. Angela with the Pot of Greed, however. 750 damage. And no removal spell for the dragon, so... she's just going to attempt to get in. That is protected. Are we going to see the removal spell here? We are not. Angela popping the mountain and attacking the ancient fairy, or ancient elf. And that right there is going to put Cora way, way, way behind. Sorry, I had to get a sip. Alright. So it's revealing light, showing there is a Spirit of the Harp. Parrot Dragon, 2 Blue Eyes. That's such a bad brick. Stamping Destruction. And that's going to get popped. The Dragon Treasure is. So, you have to wonder what can Korra even do to get out of this situation. Divine Dragon Ragnarok. Well, would have been nice. Alright, well, now Angela doesn't have anything either. Kamori Dragon, Stamping Destruction. For 500 burn, 1500 direct damage. Alright, well that's a good way to help turn it around. And no Parrot Dragon for you. Back to the brick off. Now they both run single and double tribute monsters in their decks, so this isn't at all surprising for them to brick. Maiden of the Moonlight, Smashing Ground. Now it's going to be Angela getting in for the 1500 beats. Can Korra switch this up at all? Nope, Stamping Destruction. Into the Dark Witch, yep. That's gonna speed, that might speed up the clock depending on what else she draws. However, Korra just not drawing what she needs. If she could just draw any monster next turn, she should have it. The third Blue Eyes. This might be it for Korra here. Mystical Elf. Reinforcements to push her over the edge. 2300. That's it. Angela's going to take game 1 over Korra. But we know Korra can win these. I do not doubt she could potentially get this game too. Korra, champion fencer, owner of Blue Eyes versus actual Angel. What can she do? She's going first again. May not have been her best decision, but we'll see. The Blackland Fire Dragon, 1500 attack. Maiden of the Moonlight. Alright, well, we might see the Harpies here. Nothing chained. Nope. No crash. Wants to save up for that Blue Eyes, I kinda get it. Unfortunate, though, that Elf Slide is gonna come down. Now, will the AI prioritize destroying the equip spell? Nope. Or yes. However, this time is the time of withdrawing the Monster Reborn. It would have been a great time to attack the face down. Because if this is a Trap Hole or a Torrential, this Blue Eyes is just outed. Luckily, however, it isn't. And now she's got Blue Eyes on the board. With Angela with not a lot of resources. However, she's only got a Flute of Summoning Dragon herself. But there's the Blackland. Is that a Spirit of the Heart? Nope. Right. Only 3,000 life points left, and there's a 3,000 attack point monster on the board. And there goes Blue Eyes. So, unless Korra top decks, which she very well may, she didn't. Blackland, another 1500. This gives you one turn, Angela, to figure this out. Alright, a set that at the very least should keep you alive, depending on what that set is. Alright, Mystical Elf, 500 deflected damage, 2000 defense. Alright, that tells me that's a reinforcements face down, and it will likely work to bait this attack here. Yep. The AI loves an attack it can see. Swords in a trap hole to hopefully let Korra find some sort of recovery here. The answer is just put things into defense. Don't disagree with it. And while in Angela's position, you really want to push for a Wing Weaver here. Obviously, she doesn't know about the trap hole. Oh, Fairy Wind. That's gonna... Oh, that Fairy Wind's actually huge. Going to destroy the swords, but also... that meant 600 of her own damage. There goes the Lady of Faith. And it was a great bait to get around the fact that the flip summon would have hit the trap hole. Just gonna set the bluff flute and hope that maybe Angela plays around it. There's the Wing Weaver. Now, Korra, I don't know about your chances of winning this match anymore. Depending on what Angela draws here, that may be it. $14.50, that's going to give you, hypothetically, this last turn, maybe one more. The Lord of D just too late. Is this going to be the end of Korra? It looks like it. 800. 1450, our first top 8 competitor is going to be Angela defeating, of all people, Korra's Blue Eyes White Dragon deck in top 16. Alright, the 2-0 from the Fairy deck over Blue Eyes. That's got to be a hell of a confidence blow to Korra, not even top 8 in a 32-person tournament. That's really, really gotta hurt. You gotta wonder how she's feeling after that. But now we have to decide Angela's opponent in the top 8. It's either Emery or Nina. Alright, it's time to see. We've got Emery's Guardians, Nina's Dinosaurs. Emery getting the surprise win in round 1, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how to feel about their chances in this round. Now they do have Vanilla. So they've got that going for them. Really? So that must be a very bad dinosaur. Because you never set monster defense. Yep, it was a Tomosaurus. Are you planning to utilize the... Nope, you're just putting monster defense mode. Okay. Little D, Fissure. Raise body heat to get Little D to 1400 attack. That's enough to beat the Bow. Now what's the plan? Just lowering Little D's attack by 1,000. Raise body heat just to get its defense to 13. The Blacksmith Kotetsu. Alright, alright. Trachodon. Yep, sorry Nina, but Vanilla has 2050 defense. Which is a ton, to be honest with you. And here comes the Grarl. I mean, single tribute for 2,500 is a lot. We can't pretend it's not. Even a summoned skull you have to work for is a summoned skull. The wicked breaking Flamberge Bow, pitching the Guardian KS. Did Emery just take that good of control? Because this vanilla is also fissure protection. Obviously everyone runs different kinds of removal, but if Nina's a fissure person, then she's not in a good place. And now you get the Dark Rabbit, so alright, well there goes the Flamberge. I wonder when they would consider using that Trice. Because it's what, it's minus 500? Minus 500, but depending on the situation, starting to attack twice a turn could be very, very nice. Instead choosing to just keep with the 2500 attack. I mean, they know vanilla exists, so maybe they're just trying to be careful. Just another Tomosaurus. Blacksmith. And now, despite what I thought about Nina's offense, it looks like just the vanilla was enough to put a solid stop to everything. Still not wanting to use the Trice here. The Trice that would have been able to put another 3k damage, or another 2500 damage on the board. Out of reach, setting 2 cards. Is this it, or is... Oh, shooting Starbow Seal. Going on the Dark Rabbit, but there we go. Torrential stopping that whole thing right as I had some confidence in Emery's play. Iron Blacksmith Kotetsu, are we going to see a tribute monster? We are. Sword Arm of Dragon. I do expect this to get Dark Hold, but I don't disagree with that situation here. Now it's a matter of what can Emery do before Nina gets that big board again. Okay, Trap Hole. Shield Crush. So more removal spells. Crawling Dragon number 2 into the hole with Yi. Guardian Bow, I mean, it's defense, but it's not good defense. Not equipping the Trice to try and weaken the Crawling Dragon here, which would have put it under... Is the AI just refusing to play Trice? With the Brachioradius now. Alright, Kotetsu. I don't know what you want to search when there's no monsters to equip to. Very, very curious. The Flamberge. Alright. I wonder if you're out of gravity axes at this point. You require a tribute. Alright, despite the play Emery was putting up for a while, it may just be over. Again, not lowering Brachioradius to 17. Alright, let's see if maybe it uses the Trice here to use, well, Trice to get over it. No, instead discarding Trice. Instead of discarding the Wicked Breaking Flamberge and going down, the AI not understanding what it needed to do there to clear the board, unfortunately. So that's going to be game 1 to Nina in a very drag-out fight, considering just how fast Nina was in round 1. Emery able to get that going for a while, but wasn't quite enough. Time to see if maybe putting Nina first will really help even things out. Unfortunately, I already see it doesn't necessarily look that way. KS to negate spells, set bow. I mean, I kind of get it. But, oh, there's the Brachioradius. There we go. Here comes that offense that Nina had the first round. These dinosaurs just getting in and getting in hard. Raise body heat on the Brachioradius. It's going to clear the seal here. They really, really need either a board clear or some way to draw the bow. Yeah, if they'd just drawn seal there, that would have cleared everything they needed, but now I don't think they can come back from this. Yeah, because that Dark Rabbit just doesn't have enough defense. Sir Yerby's going to hit it, then Brachioradius, and then we're going to get exact damage on turn 9. And unfortunately, after that surprising opening round from Emery, they just go down, giving Nina our second top 8 spot. Alright, well, it was a valiant effort, but Nina with another 2-0. Going to take on Angela in the top 8. Meaning now we've got Astrid versus Mari. While I am not surprised to see Mari's Exodia deck here, I am surprised, even still, to see Astrid make it into the top 16. Alright, Mari with just the T-set. Unfortunately, the House of Adhesive Tape, unlike in that game against the Bluff Reborn, huh? Even in the game against, unlike the game against Amerigo, I don't expect a lot of under 500 defense point monsters at all. Oh. Shining Friendship, that's 1300 attack, that clears the tree. But the big problem with your hand now, Astrid, is how do you beat Giant Soldier Stone? The answer is you get fissured again, so you just don't. You just take 2100. The Poly, no, it's not going to do a whole lot for you right now. Especially with your Moki Moki in the grave. Do you have 3 Exodia pieces? Mari might also be 3 Exodia pieces on top of being up in life points. Not playing again. up to 3 to 4 Exodia pieces, and it doesn't even matter because they're just going to win via hitting in the face. And Mari, with their second beatdown victory of the tournament in 3 games. Astra just bricked on those eggs and those polys, so we'll see what happens here in game 2. Astrid, another one of my players that just decided aesthetic over function. Let's see what Pot of Greed gets her. Just not a whole lot. Not even setting the House of Adhesive Tape. But kind of right to not, so... Astrid not getting in with the sheep here. Chaining Dust Tornado to the Jar of Greed. Popping the House of Adhesive Tape, setting a card, drawing a card off the jar. Not getting in with Jellyfish. Okay. You gave up your monster on board for no reason, Astrid. Doesn't help you. Alright, here's Mari's Heart of the Underdog, so we're about to start seeing some draws, hypothetically. Now, they don't run as many normal monsters as you would hope for a Heart of the Underdog deck, but, you know, it could still get a couple of draws per turn, like we saw in that first round, so... Giant Soldier Stone, that's also going to protect from the Shining Friendship. So will the Green Phantom King. However, the Giant Soldier in attack mode. Now the real MVP, the Winged Egg of New Life, with 100 more attack points. And Mari not getting the heart draw, but is getting the second heart, so... Astrid needs to get some pressure on. Unfortunately cannot. Is willing to crash, however. Unfortunately did not have a Moki Moki to see that Winged Egg go down. Uranzo's going to be 2 cards to draw here. Waboku, that seems like just a fine chain. Luckily, unlike Jar of Greed, they will chain Waboku to destruction. Jar of Greed, if it's getting destroyed, they just won't chain it for some reason. Not sure why that is. The Winged Egg. No draw off Heart of the Underdog again. Just double Uranzo. The triple Moki Moki Smackdown, Winged Egg of New Life. Alright, Ancient Tree, that's gonna be 2 draws. We're getting another draw, we are not. And I guess Protector of the Throne Room is one of the better things they had in their hand. Without Tenderness, though, that will be it. It's just it. She's just dead on board. Get MST'd. Again, doesn't draw off Heart of the Underdog. Just gets beaten down. And Mari is going to 2-0 Astrid. I don't know how anybody's supposed to beat Mari at this rate. They've just got everything. I guess we'll just have to find out, right? Alright, our next top 8 competitor with another 2-0 is Mari. Which is going to mean Mark versus Robin to decide their next opponent. Alright, Mark's, I don't know, Killer Bee 8 Sword style versus Robin's Winged Beast Harpy Lady deck. Not a bad opener for Mark here. A Celtic Guardian and a Light Force Sword. Oof, Skull Redbird. Yep, that's gonna be a big one. 2 things to Nobleman here, so that's a good start at least. Getting the Torrential, which does lose Mark his Torrential, however. Which honestly he would rather have. Gift to the Mystical Elf to gain 900 life points. You know he's playing Nobleman of Extermination, so probably not terrible. Brave Caesar. Just not enough. Alright, is this going to be the end for Mark here with just what's on board? Yeah, that may just be it. Gets the final card returned to his hand. Another Fiend Reflection number 1. Nope, Mark is going to survive on 50 life points. 50 to 8,900. Can Mark come back from such a deficit? No, he cannot. Would have been cool though. Would have been cool though. And the Skull Redbird for the last 50 damage. Mark, it was good to see you even get to top 16. Let's try and turn this around, okay? Let's see if you can. Going first again. Beat back these birds. Alright, there we go. Baron of the Fiend Sword. And Fiend Sword. Not the same sword, by the way, on these arts. I mean, I guess the Baron is just the guy in charge of the Fiend Sword, right? Doesn't mean it was the Fiend Sword. Gonna gain 900. And then take 1950. Alright. The Baron of the Fiend Sword about to get powered up by 2 different Fiend Swords. Yep. Probably the right call there. You know what? Never mind what I was saying before. Clearly he's the Baron. He's got 2 Fiend Swords by his side. And he's more powerful than them, so clearly, what do I know? $1,000, 14, and 1550. Now it's Robin's turn to be at 50 life points. That 900 he gained earlier helped him a lot. Alright, well, as long as Mark doesn't draw exactly Celtic Guardian here. Nope. That Sword Slash and that Sword Stalker in his hand both doing nothing. Now that Robin's on 50, he's going to play very carefully. Turns out it was the right call, however. Celtic Guardian with Legendary Sword. 1700 attack. We might see Sword Stalker next turn. However, Robin going into the fusion monster, Crimson Sunbird at 2300 attack. That's not going to be a monster he's going to be afraid to leave in attack mode. And then he draws another Sword Slasher. Is Robin going to make the 50 to 5 or the 50 to 8,000 point comeback? That would be absolutely ridiculous. However, if you're Mark in the situation, the Crimson Sunbird is really, really oppressive. And you need to draw a board wipe, basically. Especially because if he draws a Skull Redbird, I don't think he's going to be afraid to put it in attack mode. Come on, Bork, what can you do here? Celtic Guardian's not it. Now, if you're on Robin's side, you really, really got to look for this kill. Just beating over the Swordsman is not going to be enough to actually win you the game. Reinforcements, I guess that's chainable. May as well. Gonna clear that back row out. Robin actually may have come back from 50 life points with maybe the greatest life point comeback I've ever seen. Robin gets the win over Mark in a 2-0 when down 7,950 life points after Mark fails to do it the game before. Unreal. That was crazy. Alright, well, I guess that's going to be Robin 2-0 over Mark. Guess it's time for the next game. Alright, we're gonna hop into Moloch versus V. Moloch did really, really well, all things considered. He's got a pretty basic deck. He just ran right over Case, so see what V can do here. Well, looks like he ends up just going for the fusion turn one. That might be not something he's doing at all. He had a much better going second hand, unfortunately. So nice. That Buka Buka is just so big. Yeah, you hate to see it, but it's the right play. Unfortunately, you do kind of have to set the King of the Swamp. If he'd gotten the Frenzied Panda or the Ryukishin there, maybe he could have gotten something, but this Buka Buka just... the AI's willing to not play a card just to get through it, or just to stick a big monster. So, to the Enraged, that is, I think, the largest attack stat we've seen the entire tournament. Dark Spirit of the Banishment, yep. He just bricked on his tribute monsters. Basically any monster V has, yep. Oh. Keeps him in another turn by changing the attacker to the Dark World Thorns, but, I mean... hypothetically, he's gonna live another turn here? Nope. Nope, they're just gonna put down the second Dark World Thorns. Not even sweating on V's side. Absolutely just beat down. Moloch, after such a devastating victory, can't feel good going down like that. But he gets a second chance. He's gonna go second this time. See if that's the kind of pressure he needs is another case of not really having a great opening hand here. Setting. Unfortunately, only a 500 defense point monsters. Well, that trap card definitely doesn't help. He's got the Yami, but at this point he effectively gets reborn into Dark Chimera, or he's got no chance at all. Yep, Frenzied Panda doesn't get a boost under the Yami. Now he's got a handful of level 5s. This may be over just as quick as the last game. If he doesn't get something figured out immediately, Frenzied Panda is not something figured out. That's not good at all. But, okay. They're only getting in for another 1800, so no enraged, no extra card draw. The monsters are down to 15. Solex, there you go. Okay, that's gonna turn this around quite a bit as long as V doesn't top deck an enraged here. An enraged might contest it, and it didn't. And so now they're willing to kind of empty their hand out. But he's got the Harpies, and that's a good Harpies, especially if that's a Jar of Greed down there. It is. For some reason, the AI does not chain Jar of Greed, which is very annoying. You know what? I doubted him. I gotta stop doubting him. King of Yami Makai is a beast. Well, the Fiend, but you know. So now begins the process of slow feeding through the plants, I guess. So Jar of Greed gets them just one slot deeper. One of their Pot of Greeds into the Enraged. Alright, they effectively did the combo of Raigeki, Silver Fang. This is going to help them stick the Dark Chimera next turn, which is good, but they're going to start keeping cards in hand for that Enrage. I think Dark Chimera is, what, 1800? 1610. It's not quite enough to hit the Enrage. Unless they Solex again. Yep, I think Solex hit the Enrage, absolutely the right play. Now he's got 1810 on the battlefield, which is going to beat V's Fusion Monster here by 10 points. Trap-holing the Castle of Dark Illusion, thanks to the Yami buff, it just made it. Does not surprise me here if he tries to set up a Reaper of the Cards next turn, because maybe that flip effect goes off if he does run a few traps. Or does he just summon it in attack mode? Avatar of the Pot, which is kind of beefy. Just gonna set? Okay, I respect it. At this point, he needs to see if he can get a King Yami Makai. Oh, that's a big one. But Luffy's got one card in hand, so Torrential Ryukishin is definitely something you have to do sometimes. Alright. If they're bricked, he's also bricked, but they've got multiple 1200 attack point monsters, so he needs something on the board immediately before they play anything. There's their second Pot of Greed. Avatar of the Pot, yep. He fought well in the second game. Despite the life point disparity, I think he had a real shot, but it wasn't good enough. Alright, well that's a 2-0 for V over Moloch. V, another very, very powerful deck in comparison to a lot of what's around them. But we'll see how Lieutenant Rhea does against Krim. I'm going to hop into the games here. Rhea going second. It's kind of good. She's pretty aggressive. set. Oh, but Rhea's got 2 equipped spells on the Hibikime. Okay. Well, Boku keeps up the Doriado, but what do you do if you're Crim here? You play Fissure. Yep. He's stuck on Princesses in hand or something like that? Trial of the Princess, Pin Princess itself. We know he had that problem in the last match. But forcing Rhea to use swords this early, it's gonna quite affect things. Alright, Maiden of the Moonlight. Doriado 1700 defense now with the book. But Rhea's got the beautiful Beast Tamer 50 over the Doriado. So now he's really gonna need a Picrew or a Kuran here. Or he's just gonna draw another book and get it 50 over the beautiful Headhunters. Alright? Or Beast Headhunters, another card in this deck. Beast Tamer. He's still stuck, but he's still got 50 more attack points. Alright, well, Queen's Double is... both Queen's Double and the Maid are part of Fusion, so if she can draw just what she needs here, she outs the Maiden of the Moonlight, most likely. That is one. There we go. Beautiful Headhunter, Sonic Maid. Should be Warrior Tradition. It's not a huge boost, but it's enough to get over Maiden of the Moonlight. 100 damage. Keeping it close already. And the swords flips up the Queen's Double. You don't really worry about that too much unless you draw the Hibikime. Empress Judge. So it's both of her, these are both of her fusion monsters. She's got them both on board. This is what I was talking about with Rhea. She's playing with the worst deck, but it's doing her some good. And now if you're Crim, you need to drop anything. He has 4 cards in hand and not playing a single one. Sword of the Empress Judge for extra 300 attack. Maybe he's got a Waboku or something back there. Oh, okay, there we go. Princess Kuran, Trial of the Princess. I mean, it's only 100 damage, so... Oh, he destroyed a level 5 or higher monster, but Princess Kuran still doesn't beat this. Yep, he was trying to bait with the reinforcements. Unfortunately, that's too late now. Oof, and the MST. Alright, well, he needs a book. He needs his last book of Secret Arts here. Nope, he's just gonna put a 0 defense monster in defense mode. Which, unfortunately, I think normally you just want to leave it in attack mode. It's worth giving up the 100 life to prevent something like Protector of the Throne Room coming down and walking over your 2,000 attack point monster, but... What do you know? What do I know? I'm not a machine. Okay, wow, this seems pretty much like a wrap from Rhea here to me. 3850, pump spell on the back. Unless he's got something in defense, this is game over. Could be Waboku, I'm not counting him out yet. Alright, that's MS, well, if it's Waboku, we can chain it. Dust Tornado, doesn't matter, reinforcements change to Dust Tornado. We're going on to game 2. Again, Crim got a weird start here. Probably setting a Trial of the Princess, but that's just gonna have her clean this up game 1. On to game 2. having Rhea go first this game. Maybe he hopes to set her behind. Maybe he hopes he can actually stick a monster. She's got nothing for a fusion, so setting the Queen's Double, probably the best play. Doriato, Book of Secret Arts, 1500 attack, not bad. But the Sonic Maid and the Legendary Sword should get over that. Now maybe he's got an ST or Dust Tornado face down to kind of help him navigate this situation. Or Trap Hole. Also a good way through it. And the set is... maybe that's a... card. I don't know what he'd set. It'd have to be a Feather Duster. It's going to pop her Reinforcements and her Trap Hole. Now, I've seen him set Karen before, but I don't remember what else he has in his deck that he would just set. Especially because Karen does the burn damage. Alright, well now that she's down to just a Tribute Monster and Sword, not a great place for Rhea to be in. Krim may actually be pulling this back after just building a house with those bricks last game. Okay, Protector of the Throne Room, 1500 defense. It's gonna hold this down. No, it's not, because Maiden of the Moonlight and the reinforcements. No, he's just got everything in this game. She can get a Dark Hole here? Nope. She just whiffs it. That's 3,300 on board, 3,200 life points for Rhea. That's it. And it was a Mystical Elf face down. And Krim just absolutely wipes Rhea out this game. That was crazy. After like, what the hell was that? But he did this in round 1 too, right? He lost his game 1, and he did the reverse sweep, so I don't know. Maybe it just means working at a card shop's better than working for the military. Alright, well, Rhea's chooses to go first this time. Hibikime and Legendary Sword, that's 1750. It's really not bad. Depending on if he draws any removal spells, which he did, just opens up with Fissure, Maiden of the Moonlight for 1500. Now she's got her removal spell back, but she doesn't have a great follow-up without Poly. She doesn't get, unfortunately. Sonic Maid should still stick decently. 1200 attack is perfectly fine. But if he's got... okay, well, Feather Duster. Yeah, that's... just gonna trigger the Dust Tornado. Popping Reinforcements. Alright, so depending on what he has, he's gonna wall up with Doriato. Okay, so if I see a Poly or a King of the Swamp here... okay, another King of the Swamp. That should get into the Empress Judge. Warrior of Tradition, 1900 still fine. The Reinforcements doesn't get over this. Now he's pretty solidly in control. Now if that card in hand is a Trial of the Princess and he draws one of the Magicians, he can, that's a level 5 monster, he'll gain board control back. Or if that's a Mystical Elf, nope, just Doriato. It's gonna be a pretty simple beatdown from Rhea here for now. But if we know anything about Krim, he's got faith in his waifus. Who knows? And the Hibikime. Okay, that was not a Trial of the Princess in hand, and they're with the Picrew, so 1800 left. He needs Dark Hole, Mystical Elf, just the Kuran. Is he just hoping to bait? Yeah, I was just hoping to bait. Loses her to Hibikime, and he only loses 1,400 life, so he's still in for exactly 400. But at this point, I don't think he's got anything left he can really do. They should have Sonic made, but... Alright. Wow. Hold. Maybe that's the Mystical Elf this time? It is the Mystical Elf. That's 100 back to Rhea, and now he can hypothetically stabilize with a 2,000 defender. The problem is he is just going to keep playing monsters and just letting the... Oh, no, Invigoration's actually huge. It's going to get right over that Mystical Elf. He's hanging on. He's still got ways out of this, hypothetically. I don't like his chances. And there's Potted Reed. That's going to get her super ahead here. As long as he doesn't flip something up to attack the face-down Protector. No, he doesn't. He just doesn't play anything. And the beautiful Headhunters. Yeah, that may be... Yep, that was it. He tried to pull it back, but it just didn't end up being enough. Earth Warriors, once again, taking the match. But put the Fear of the Gods in her for a minute there. Well, that's going to be a 2-1 Rhea over Crimp. That was honestly an interesting set of games. But this should be interesting ones too. Nyx and Coriander. We'll have to check it out. Okay, we're going to catch this one from Nyx's perspective, who's going first. Now, Nyx, they have a pretty straightforward water beatdown deck, but Coriander's spell traps can be very, very tricky. Nyx needs a good draw off this pot here and gets nothing but staples and equips. And you gotta blow up the Monk Fighter with Torrential, which is not fun if you're Nyx here. Who's just gonna Harpies the single back row and sit on nothing. Just reinforcements. Yeah, sword's probably fair. You've got nothing on board, nothing in hand. And then Coriander's just gonna set. I mean, he can't attack. Doesn't know they have a Fissure in hand. Okay, now, here come the equipped spells. Tongyo, all the way to 2150. Losing the Rock Ogre Grotto. If I could think of one thing I do not want attacking me, it's Tongyo with 2 shells. I think throwing that shit in a black hole was a good call. Unfortunately, Coriander's got to figure out how to stick something through all of this removal. So we have the Wasteland, which should weaken just water monsters as a whole. It's funny that this is what you'd think this field would get to do that, but I guess not. There goes his next Monk Fighter. But in with Rock Ogre Grotto and Shusuke. Shusuke still is going to activate his Monk cards, so who knows? Maybe we'll be in an okay position here. Just gonna wipe away the Rock Ogre Grotto, set the King of the Swamp. You kinda have to do what you kinda have to do here if you're Nyx. Shusuke just big enough. And Enchanting Mermaid only has 1200 attack, so they choose to set it. A lot of times the AI will put that in attack mode. There goes the Mermaid. And there goes his reinforcements. Alright, so... And Takraminos, that was something Coriander was always going to have to be worried about. Your 1500 attack again. He kind of needs exactly Destroyer Golem at this point if he's going to fight this at all, because it's Kuryoshi next turn. Fissure works too. Another Shusuke. Rock Ogre Grotto number 2. Love that he's just throwing a 900 attack point monster in just to get in for damage. He's throwing hands. Will he leave it in attack mode? Sometimes the AI doesn't do that, so I guess we'll see. No, he's just gonna go ahead and switch it back for now. It would change the clock if he kept on the attack, but you know what? Not punished, because 1250 WoW Warrior. But now again, Coriander's in a position where if he doesn't get rid of this WoW Warrior this turn, you have Kuryoshi next turn. Yep, Monk Fighter will do it. Is Monk Fighter for game? It's Monk Fighter for game. Or Master Monk for game. It means he must have been sitting there with that Master Monk in hand the whole time. Alright, well. I expected Nyx to put up more of a fight. Coriander making game 1 look pretty easy. But I don't think they're just going to roll over. They just opened a very, very weird hand in a deck full of monsters and even has fusions. So, there you go. Jellyfish, WoW Warrior, Enchanting Mermaid. Much better opening hand for Nyx here. Being able to sit on a Jellyfish is not a terrible defense. They got a Fissure to back up if there is a Master Monk that comes down. But they might just clear the Destroyer Golem here. Choosing to go with Kryushin, and there was no reinforcement, so that wasn't even punished. 1800 attack. Coriander has ways over an 1800 attack point monster, but doesn't look like he has it now, so just setting up the swords so they can't get through that. But this is just going to give them time. Yep, buff the Kryu. Oh, no. Kryushin. This goes on any water monster, right? Yep. Choosing, however, to keep Kryushin at 1800 turns out to be the right call. As they get rid of Kryushin. As he gets rid of Kryushin, gets him with 2 Destroyer Golems. What I imagine we see here is probably Fissure into WoW Warrior Steel Shell. Nope. Just gonna let it ride, hope to wait out the swords, I guess, to get in over the Destroyer Golem. Playing a risky game at the moment. Trying to play around any removal, I suppose, but unfortunately, Takramenos here isn't gonna... Coriander might just run his Destroyer Golem into it. Nope, even worse, he's gonna draw the Wasteland, gain the 200 attack, and then run that over. Now it's gonna make a WoW Warrior too small, even with the Steel Shell. It's only gonna be 1650. Okay, Dark Hole. Alright, they're gonna get to clean this up a little bit. Now in this position, are they still Steel Shelling? They are. I don't think that's a terrible idea, because he would need exactly Destroyer Golem again. Or another removal spell, which he may have. They haven't been sticking any monsters in attack mode for the last 3 turns. Instead, it's nothing, so maybe equip spells, Lone Wolves. And get in with Kryushin. It's a very, very close game. Only a 300 life point difference. Coriander just having to set a card. Alright, well, Bottom Dweller, not what they need to put on an additional turn of pressure here, so... Monk Fighter, yep, there's the Master Monk, into the Black Belt, into Lone Wolf. That is everything Coriander needs here to just... Into Invigoration? And then that was just immediately game. Nyx kept it so close, and then Coriander just drew the Monk Fighter. That's exactly what he needed. I thought we were going to game 3 for sure. Alright, despite Nyx really putting in a fight there in game 2, wasn't enough to stop the 2-0 from Coriander, meaning the last game to decide the top 8 is going to be Coop versus Shad Calico. These are 2 of, in my opinion, the strongest decks in this tournament, catching each other in the top 16, so it's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. Alright, we're going to catch this from the Clown Control side. see what he opens here. He had a very interesting first round. For this game, well, you know what? He's going first, 2 traps of Asagi. That's actually not bad. Armed Ninja in attack mode. Getting rid of the non-aggression area. And then I assume the Harpy's Feather Duster here. Is that a Ninjutsu Art transformation? It was. Okay, well. He's gonna get in for only 800 because his ninja went to defense mode, but if I recall right, yep, he just couldn't. Yep, that wouldn't have kept the big koala on the field, so Coop just had all the answers there. Now he's got the Mystic Clown. But with swords up, Shat's gonna have time to rebuild this. No, that's a trap hole. Knew the trap hole was there, baited it anyway. Probably a decent idea. Now Shat just has to... I figure I'm not looking for Asagi, but it's something, right? Coop with another Mystic Clown, so that's 43 on the battlefield. I don't know what kind of defense stat he's looking at the moment. Reborn grabbing an 1800 attack point monster. Using the swords. Shat down to 2600 just with the pure onslaught. He needs a ninja. Nope, he needed a ninja and a ninjutsu art, and he's got neither. So that's just going to be an easy game 1 for the clown deck. Barely an inconvenience. Just has the experience over the thief. But see what game 2 can do for him. I talked Shat Calico up. I expected a little better of him, but I don't think he's out yet. Let's see what the opening hands look like here. Well, okay, there we go. A 2200 attack point Go-Go the Gallant Ninja. Since Coop's not going first, those 2 trap cards aren't nearly as dangerous as they were, so I'm gonna pop the Fuma Shuriken. Just taking the 700 burn, weakening Go-Go to 1500. Except he's gonna go hit some of the big koala from hand, 2700. Sometimes all you need is to transform into a very big koala. And now Coop's on the back foot. Not a spell card, I'm afraid. Is gonna bait out the trap hole regardless. I think that's probably fair, better than leaving an armed ninja in attack mode. Ready to intercept. Not great. It's now a matter of if Shat can get something else on board. He's having a hard time drawing something to apply any pressure besides the big koala, and if that back row goes down, he loses that and he loses all ability to maintain his lead that he's got, so he's gonna need to draw something real quick. Fortunately, Coop is just drawing clowns. There we go, the white ninja, ready to intercept. Unfortunately, a white ninja face down is still a flip monster, so it's not going to save you that much trouble. Unless you're going to run it over here. Yep. Except that's too bad, because Shet had the trap hole. And just like that, by getting that big koala access, Shet Calico was able to get all the way in. And it looks like we're going to game 3. Two complete beatdowns of the other side back to back. So I wonder how close this game 3 can be. After, you know, Coop just devastated in game 1, and Shat devastated in game 2, so game 3, Coop going with what won him game 1, going first. And not nearly as good, but stumbling's going to help quite a bit, at least to slow down this deck. Well, Pot of Greed's going to speed it right back up. Lady Ninja Eye, only 200 defense. It'll be real hard for Coop to capitalize on that, though. Nothing worth chaining here. Non-aggression area, Ninjutsu art. And forcing the Crass Clown back to attack mode while getting the Yukishin Clown to defense. That's a huge play that's going to bounce the Lady Ninja and get in for 1350. That was actually a great play. Really using the stumbling to his advantage there. Now it's a matter of, can he follow that up? MST, yep. 700 burn. I would have loved the go-go here if that stumbling just wasn't on board. He's got multiple 1500 attack point monsters. Now Coop's got the second stumbling. Gonna destroy the ready to intercept, but you can just get an armed ninja. They'll at least deal with the first stumbling. Alright, Coop's got the return Pot of Greed. It's going to set the Dream Clown. What I imagine we're going to see a Flip 7 Dream Clown next turn, and it's going to be really bad. Or I was about to say Shield Crush, but no, I think this is a better play. I guess that means next turn, that is 3350. And Calico still has nothing but just set Monster Pass into the Shield Crush. And that was the armed ninja that would have gotten rid of the stumbling. Now Coop doesn't even need to activate the second stumbling. And that's it. Once again, just a one-sided beatdown. Choosing the slightly slower route, just in case. I guess I respect it. Securing the win as opposed to just making sure that win's wrapped up. By taking one more turn to Dream Clown means Coop is taking game 3. While Shat was looking to win the prize, as he stated, he's not leaving here empty-handed, so we'll have to see what that means. Alright, and with the 2-1, Coop is going to take it. We're going to look at our top 8 to crown our very first champion in the Magic era. Top 8, Angela versus Nina, Mari versus Robin, V versus Rhea, and Coriander versus Coop. For anybody who's watching, be sure to drop in the comments who you think is making it onto these final steps. Who's your top 4? Who's your winner? I did forget to input, we're going to have the 3rd and 4th place match in here as well, of course. I just forgot to put it on this bracket. But, yeah, just let me know who you think is getting 1st through 4th. I'm very, very curious about that. Plus, the engagement's always nice, right? But, for the first top 4 spot, we have Angela versus Nina. I think the good money's on Nina, but Angela has surprised me, so. Alright, we're catching this from Angela's perspective. Who's going first? Not sure I love that against such an aggressive deck. But you know what? No reinforcements. Reinforcements was the big thing you had. Sometimes it just works, I guess. When her only monster's Trachodon, you're able to blow up the Wasteland. Angela had some future vision I didn't have there, I suppose. Now she's got the reinforcements. She can deal with the twin-headed King Rex or a crawling dragon that comes down. The only thing she can't really take is a Brachio Radius. Or a Dark Hole. But I guess that means that is a Tomosaurus face down. That is the only thing Nina tends to set. So if we see a, yep, a little D, I was about to say. That was the exact monster. She's going to take 200. It's going to keep the board clear. Tells me no Sword Arm of Dragon in hand, so... Second reinforcements. I think the defense was the right call there with the Spirit of the Harp. Back row is reverse trap. That would have been a massive, massive issue. Now Dark Witch can really take control of this board, because even if Nina manages to draw, if that face down's into the swamp, and that's, you know, a full fusion combination, it doesn't beat Brachio Radius. Or Brachio Radius doesn't beat it, I should say. Oh, there's King of the Swamp. And there's Tomosaurus. Alright, well. Angela may have shocked me. And she might be taking game 1. Oh. Except the reinforcements is going to put this Ancient Elf over by 150. Nina's got nothing on board, nothing in hand. 3250 on Angela's side. And going to be setting the Mystical Elf. Nina's already down a Dark Hole. She needs exactly Torrential and hope. Nope. Well, she's not dead next turn. That's only 1100 on board. If Maiden of the Moonlight or Ancient Elf comes out, Elf's Light isn't enough, but it is enough to boost the Dark Witch, so... Nina, I'm surprised to see get just outpowered. Must have been a Sword Arm of Dragon in hand. That's gonna be it. Angela just gonna take game 1. Did not expect to see the dinosaur deck get beaten over by angels of all things, but I guess that shows me, right? I don't expect game 2 to be nearly that easy for Angela. We'll have to see what Nina does here. Much more conservative hand. Nina choosing to go first again this time, with likely a Tomosaurus or a little D. Torrential. Yep, those are another Tomosaurus. Popping the other Torrential, so we're done with Torrentials this game. So Fairy's Gift, are we just getting two monsters getting double aggressive? We are. Trachodon, Fairy's Gift. We have not seen a Crawling Dragon or Twin-Headed Dragon number 2 in either of these games. So that can be that could be a big issue. Because obviously she's not getting over this Mystical Elf. Which means we're seeing Dark Witch next turn. And Nina just, I guess, has raised Body Heat. No, because raised Body Heat would have gone on the Trachodon. What do you have in hand that you didn't feel like you could play either card? Okay, yeah, you had board control. Dark Hole's a... Okay, Dark Hole Harpies. Alright, Nina's completely out of powerful staples, barring exactly Pot of Greed. But luckily, Lady of Faith is not a massive punish. So if she could just draw a 1600 attack point monster, even just a Trachodon, she'll be fine. Trachodon, Uraby. Your deck is full of 4-star monsters. What is going on? Angela's getting another Dark Witch. You gotta draw the Fissure again or something. Nothing. Is it just completely over for Nina here? Did she fight? Did she just stomp her way through the first 2 rounds only to get completely bodied? You know what, this is one of those times I wish I had a Seed the Opponent's Hand button. Because somehow Nina drew for just 4 cards in hand without a single thing to play. And somehow Angela is not only going to the top 4, but 2-0'd Nina to go to the top 4. That's crazy. Okay. Well, Angela with the 2-0. Next we got Mari versus Robin. I'll be real, despite how Robin treated Mark last round, I mean, Mari's just feels unstoppable. I'll have to give this round to them, but we'll see. Like I said, I got surprised last round. Alright, Mari versus Robin. Mari going second for the extra card. Robin's gonna have to really put some pressure down and fast. These Winged Beasts can hit a decent stat line, but is it going to be enough? My immediate thought says no, as Faithbird's not going to beat Iranzo. Mari's got 2 pieces of Exodia. Trap Hole, MST, Heart the Underdog. It's an explosive start for Mari here. Unfortunately, that bird's gonna fall in a hole somehow. This is Mari's game to lose already. However, they may have the single worst draw luck when one Heart of the Underdog is on the field that I've ever seen. See if they draw here. Okay, they got another right limb. And now, okay, Euron's in attack mode's not a great look for them. I mean, they are setting the Jellyfish, that's another 1500 wall. Okay, well, you know what? Yep, Crimson Sunbird. That's gonna put some pressure on. Unfortunately, he's gonna wish he went for the Crash there instead, because that Jellyfish holds a turn, giving a chance for multiple draws here off the Heart of the Underdogs. Now, when they get 2, they tend to do a little better. So this could be 2 extra draws. And is this going to trigger? Protector of the Throne Room, it is going to trigger. So 4 extra draws this turn. Let's see how long the chain goes. Green Phantom King, Reborn. Okay, Reborn's the end of the chain. Taking the Faithbeard to deal with the Fiend Reflection. I assume they're just going to set a face down here. Yep. All in all, a good turn on Mari's side, despite drawing no Exodia pieces. Robin just needs to find a way to beat 1500 attack. While still losing monsters every turn to these attack stats that Mari's got. And now they are one piece away from just getting the Exodia win. And unfortunately, he's going for the damage over going for clearing the board. Fissuring the Faith Bird, it's not looking great for Robin here. 21 cards left in deck. Lots of ways to trigger this Heart of the Underdog. Hasn't happened much this game. Has only happened twice, but I mean, you have to expect the Exodia soon. Giant Soldier Stone, did that just seal it? That one didn't, but maybe this one will. Every Heart of the Underdog's like sitting on the edge of your seat, waiting for an explosion to happen. I do expect them to Dark Hole here, yep. It's going to clear a lot up. Giant Soldier for 13. Now does Robin have any sort of way to deal with the Giant Soldier Stone? Just the Harpy Lady. I really would have loved to have seen him crash here. Just to try and keep the board clear because it's 2000 defense, but I mean, it may not matter. Heart of the Underdog. There we go. Game 1, we got the Exodia showing just how flexible Mari's deck can be. They can beat you down if they need to, they can Exodia you if they need to. They're really looking to be the first champion in the era, and I would not be surprised if they managed to get it with how they've been playing. Faithbird would be enough for anything but the Giant Soldier of Stone. Oh, that's so upsetting. He had such a good start. And then dusting away the mountain, which is something they so rarely do. They'll normally just leave the field spell there. Luckily, they haven't gotten really drawn. They're gonna, yep. So they're gonna clear the board here, maybe get in with the Red Archery Girl. Now this is Robin's chance to do something. Mari's got one limb, no card draw. Unfortunately, Tyhoon's only 1400 attack. They don't like to crash if it's their only monster. Yep, Skull Redbird's gonna pop the Torrential now. Depending on what Mari gets, Mari may do nothing this next turn. Just one leg means... Okay, Ancient Tree of Enlightenment. Now, Robin, you can beat 1500. You have several monsters that'll beat this. You just need to draw one of them. You drew 0 monsters of any kind. Tree for 600 into the swords. Nope, just tree for 600. Alright, so your ability to deal some damage got much better. You've dealt 800, but now you gotta wait 3 more turns. Because there's no way Mari doesn't swords here. Yep. And unfortunately, the AI will not clear a swords that's on the field for no reason, so... Mari's got a couple of turns, but this is actually a point you do not want Exodia pieces. They are kind of bricky. going into the fusion with Tyhone into Marvelous, who is only 100 more attack, but you know what? It's gonna force the... Well, it's not forcing anything to defense mode while the swords are up. It's not really the best thing he can do here, but... You know, maybe it baits them into keeping something into attack mode. Nope. Okay, got the jar. That's good. Not sure what you're setting here, Robin. Faithbird. Good. You're going to start breaking through some defenses. If they don't draw something here... Alright, they got a jellyfish. That's another 1,500. You got another bird for me, Robin. Unfortunately, 1,500 is not going to do it. Reinforcements is going to do it. Okay, yeah, 2,000. That's bigger than 15. Marvelous and Harpy Lady. In. Now, I do not like... Okay, I take it back. I do like their chances significantly better with a Giant Soldier Stone. Now he needs to do something. They've been drawing a lot of crap, so Hardly Underdog may be the kind of acceleration they need. And he's got nothing. If he can just get to his Crimson Sunbird, maybe. Protector into Yoranzo. And Wolfish is just going to blow away the Winged Dragon. I don't expect any other defense monsters besides this Giant Soldier to stick here. But it is holding up the field magnificently. Oh, and the second Heart of the Underdog. Alright, did this Giant Soldier Stone give them just enough breathing room? Unfortunately, he does not seem to have anything to clear it. But Mari draws so poorly sometimes. They're not running as many normal monsters as a lot of people would run in this deck, which is true. There we go. 2 draws off the jellyfish. Alright, they've got both legs and 2 more draws off the protector. You see 2 arms. They've got 15 cards in deck. It's going to be really... Yep. 13 left in deck, and they've got a lot of normal monsters left. Okay, 1 piece left in 11 cards and 2 draws. That is a very high likelihood we're about to see this right arm. Even better chance now. Now, here's the thing. If it is the bottom card of the deck, they are drawing an even number of cards right now. Okay. Thing. Okay, they finally drew the poly, but is it gonna be enough? Is not going to be enough any longer because the mountain is there keeping Yoranzo on the board. And Mari is drawing between 1 and 3 cards this turn. And on top of the deck, for the second Exodia win in 2 games, Mari's going to top 4. Oh man. I'll catch you on the bracket. Alright, Robin really fought there. But that Dust Tornado sealed it. Could have been big things happening had any Crimson Sunbird come any earlier. That was so close. But we're going to see Mari versus Angela in the top 4. which leaves V's draw deck versus Rhea's Earth Warriors. This one's going to be exciting, I think. If there's somebody who could throw hands with V, I think it'll be Rhea. So this will be interesting. Alright, we're going to get V's perspective. Who's going to go second to draw the extra card? Probably not a bad thing with your Muka Muka deck. Especially if Rhea's just going to set one pass. The thing about the AI with the Muka Muka is they're just not going to play any cards until they need to, which will be starting next turn, I assume. Muka Muka's down, Sonic Maiden for 12. Now V's got a few plays here. They can draw Muka Muka, they can draw anything to help them fuse. Just gonna play out the Silver Fang and the Solemn Wishes. I like the crash there. I like it a lot. And then gonna draw one to gain 500. Well, obviously, and to draw one. And then pop in the back row. Popping Solemn Judgment here. Avatar the Pot, importantly, has 1,300 defense points. That's gonna hold back this Sonic Maid. Even more, though, they're gonna summon it in attack mode, I guess, to flex, but there's 550 from the beautiful Beast Tamer. But another draw, another 500 life points. Now, Man-Eating Plant is not that impressive a monster. The two-pronged attack is only good when you're ahead as well, unfortunately. Here's where Rhea can really start to outpace. Oh, especially with the Empress Judge. And feels confident enough with the beautiful Beastmaster to go in for 2,100 every turn. Oof, you've got 3,850 on the board. Just a Man-Eating Plant defense mode. Very luckily, Rhea did not have a follow-up monster there. Or even a follow-up spell trap. This might be curtains on game 1. Oh, not quite. That trap hole kept them from losing to exact damage. But once again, we are just getting a heavily one-sided game. Okay, well, here's a Pot of Greed. It's gonna heal them up, draw them 2 cards. Ah, into the Dark Hole, there we go. Gonna start to beat back Rhea here. I was just starting to get worried, but I guess V's gonna have some sauce. Hammer shot into a face down, might be a Queen's Double, something like that, something she doesn't feel comfortable putting in attack mode. That's a really big issue when your opponent's gonna start gaining life points every turn. No beautiful Beast Tamer, unfortunately. A second Solemn Wishes. Means it's about to start being a 1,000 life point swing every turn. Rhea needs to get on the board. There we go. Alright, the 2050. Depending on what V draws here, they can end up back behind. Ancient Leaf is very fun, but it only works if you have 9,000 or more life points, which I do not expect them to have again in this game. Taking 2050, they're going to go up to 3,700 next turn, but Avatar the Pot's going to help them stall a little bit. That's going to get them another turn. I mean, depends on what Rhea draws here. Draws her own pot. You know what? I don't hate going in for 800. That's going to help stem the... I guess whatever the opposite of stem the bleeding is, right? Oh, no. Oh, if Rhea draws into a monster and plays it here... Oh. Yeah, I don't... you know what? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if V cares about swords right now. They're getting to heal up. I forget what their face downs are. Poly and 2-pronged attack. Yeah, so they got 2 dead face downs and 2... They've really only got 1 spell trap to play with at this point. Protector's gonna help keep anything from... Keep from getting too much... Well, there's the fissure, never mind. Rhea's gonna need a much bigger monster, a headhunter, something like that. Doesn't get it. And the jar is going to be another 1,000 healing with the cycle. With that, you know, depending on what happens here, yep, the V is actually going to pull ahead on life points. We might see V activate this Ancient Leaf of all things. They are back over their starting life total. Not willing to attack, though. And then Rhea just stuck here. Paying 2,000 life points to draw 2 cards, getting 1,000 of that back, and then just drawing 2 more cards, getting all that back into another pot of greed. Another 1,000 life points. To MST the back row, reinforcements, to a 2,100 attack point Muka Muka, and just like that, I don't know how Rhea recovers, and the AI not putting down the 3rd Solemn Wishes very smartly. They realize there's no need. They're at 11,100 life points. They've got Enraged Muka Muka. And just like that, Rhea's down next turn because she couldn't figure out how to get this finished. All right, well, despite being down and out, Rhea is losing game 1 by 12,000 life points. On to game 2. You gotta wonder what Rhea's gonna do here to adjust. They're gonna go second. I guess hypothetically maybe to get the aggression on as early as possible. Does give V the chance to pot of greed here. Set the Mad-Eating Plant and the Jar of Greed. Now they've got a lot of follow-up with the Dark Hole, the Fissure, the Silver Fang. Oof, and the Harpies. So I imagine a lot happens here. What do we lose? Losing a Trap Hole. And the AI even fissured because they had monsters on board. Now that Silver Fang can hold the field pretty effectively with 1,200 attacks, so there's Protector, 1,500 defense. Does Rhea have some sort of follow-up here? Just the Sonic Maid. Reinforcements goes away. Would have loved to have kept that. Rage Wuku goes what, 1,500 attack right now? 1,600. Silver Fang willing to crash there. Well, if Rhea can deal with the enraged Muka Muka here, the answer is she kinda can. She can put up a swords. But V's gonna just start collecting cards in hand. Muka Muka's only going to get bigger. You know what? Queen's Double does attack for 350. Get some chip while these swords are up. Okay. Oh, if we see Empress Judge here. Yep, there it is. There's the Empress Judge. That is 100 more than the current attack of this enraged Muka Muka. 350 to the dome. But gonna sack to pop the Empress Judge. I think that was very, very worth it. If you are V here, using your card advantage to your advantage. After all, Rhea's only got a 350 attack point monster. Can't attack you directly. A 600 defense point monster that can't attack you directly. And even your man-eating plant gets over that if you could just draw something. They're going to be getting at least 1,000 attack point, 1,000 life points here. Using Hibikime is very, very big. I expect the man-eating plant to come in here and get over, get over this Queen's Double. They feel very safe with those swords up. We got beautiful Head Huntress, 1,600 attack. However, they're back to 8,000. They've got the fissure, but they're not going to attack in. They're willing to just wait this out with that Solemn Wishes. That may be maybe one of the worst Dark Holes I've ever seen. Just Dark Hole for one 800 attack point monster. Now Dark World Thorns, that's a big enough monster. They're willing to just push it like that. Rhea's got a ton that gets her out of this situation. Maybe it's a protector, I don't know. Unfortunately, that's exactly enough life points to Ancient Leaf. To the enraged Muka Muka. And while that was protector, that Ancient Leaf was such a good draw. Now Rhea's down a Dark Hole. Does she have the Hammer Shot? Okay, Pot of Greed. Empress Judge, 2,100 attack. Again, 100 over the enraged. Rhea keeping it close despite everything. You know what, I like the set of the Muka Muka here because hypothetically you get the Flower Wolf, maybe you do something? Though I don't 100% understand V's options here. The only other option was to hope to hold on to the Muka Muka and hope you hit Runner Pot of Greed. Maybe that would bump the Muka Muka up enough. Now 2,400 on the Empress Judge with that sword. He's pretty heavily out of options at the moment. Luckily, they're going to continue to gain life points. Okay, King of the Swamp. That's another Empress Judge. This has heavily shifted again. These two are managing to really pull each other from the brink of victory. Alright. After the pot, discarding a Pot of Greed to draw 3 cards. However, that's only going to end at 100. That's only going to end at 1 Solemn Wishes proc, unfortunately. Just not going with a Muka Muka play. Going to go down to 3,100. Muka big enough? No, it is not big enough, but obviously V doesn't go down this turn, so there's that at the very least. Only 2,700 left. Well, 3,700, so again, not losing this turn. Well, you know what? I guess they lost if Rhea had drawn exactly beautiful Headhunters there. Obviously, that didn't happen. Now, just about any monster does it on Rhea's side. Sonic Maid is just a little short. Nope, no, it's not. I can't do math. We are going to game 3. Rhea pulled that back on turn 38. This has been a very interesting match so far. Because this kind of depends on what... V gets a lot of draw, and we're seeing the Solemn Wishes put in the life point gain. So Rhea's having to push extra hard to get through it. V going first. With just a Muka Muka pass. That's a lot of faith in that rock right now. Are we seeing the turn 1 Empress Judge? No, we are seeing the turn 1 Warrior Tradition still big enough. Rhea has been able to put in work with these fusions. Unlike anyone else we've seen in the tournament, almost every deck has had fusions. Willing to go ahead and draw 3 in exchange for some damage this upcoming turn. Will it end up being worth it as they take 41 to the face? I'm not sure if Rhea just pulls us out. And beautiful Beast Tamer, sword, and just like that, Rhea, with a very tactical mind, able to figure out exactly what she needs to do to come back and beat V in the top 8. Amazing. It's at this point she could just look at all of the soldiers, only one of which is still left in the tournament, and point at them and say, "This is why you follow me." Alright, well, the surprising win from Rhea here means that, oh, you know, I said there's only one member of the military. Mari is also in the military. Let's see if Coriander or Coop will be going up against Rhea in the top 4. Clowns versus monks. Honestly, a battle as old as time, I think. Alright. Coriander's monk deck going first, despite the aggression. Hoping maybe to put the control deck on the back foot early. Two very advanced decks for this, for how early in the game we're in. Legendary Black Belt, just setting the Chusuke. Okay. The trap hole would have been very good against the Dream Clown here. Oh no. With the stumbling, I'm not sure how Coriander fights back. He's gonna need... Oh, you know what? There we go. That's going to... MST only negates continuous spells. not equipping a black belt. Why did you not equip a black belt? There was no reason not to equip a black belt, but... Alright. Here, Koopa's just hoping to get the Dream Clown through. Is there a chance? Here, but is each black belt's gonna proc off this? And then we're gonna get a ton of burn here. What, 1800? Yep, 1800 burn. Jusuke taking out the King of the Swamp. This is... Now, the Sagi's gonna hold down the board, and a Mystic Clown can turn this around real quick if that comes down on Coop's side, so... This is not a never say never situation. Alright, just 600 more burn from the black belts. Does this bait Sagi into attack position? It does. Not a play I agree with, unfortunately. Now, if that's Waboku, Coop's still fine. You know what? I think this was the one time I would have kept the Monk Fighter over the Master Monk. Alright, I was wrong. That was a face-down Sagi. Master Monk was great. I would have loved the 3000 burn, but Master Monk is a 1900 double attacker, so... Make that a 23? Nope. Choosing not to pump it yet with the Invigoration. Coop's gotta find some way to recover this game. Pot of Greed's a good way to do it. Alright. Choosing to Torrential here. Was that 1000 attack point worth of Clown face down? It was. And now the Stumbling again. And unfortunately that Master Monk's kind of bricky, as Coriander only has one Monk Fighter left in deck. Does have a Reborn left still. Not completely out of the woods, but it's not gonna be easy. However, Coop just not drawing clowns here. They're both drawing, I guess, through the halves of their deck that don't do anything. Face down, there could be a Soggy, a Shin Clown, a Blade Rabbit. Going ahead with a 1400 defense monster, that's going to help a lot. Oof. Yep, the Blade Rabbit, just another clown. That thing's going to be hard to contest. And the Shield Crush. Not switching the rabbit into attack mode to get in for the 400 chip, I think, is a mistake here. Double check what Lone Wolf does. Unaffected by monster effects, it cannot be destroyed by battle. So, if Coriander can just stick any monk, he will be immune from the clown effects. And there's a monk. But he sees the 1200 attack and doesn't do it. I think the Stumbling is messing with the AI here. It's not going to see that the Chusuke survives under the Lone Wolf, right? Chusuke survives under Lone Wolf? Yep. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The AI just does not realize how the cards work. And I think this means game 1 is going to Coop, despite being immune to the board. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That looks like with that trap hole, it is over. Now it took a long time to get there. Are you fusing? No, just flipping up for fun. Alright, clowns take game 1. Truly the greater mystic art is clowning. But check out game 2. This time going second. Maybe going on the aggressive is what Coriander needs. Unfortunately, it was a very good going first hand. But just set one pass. Could be a Soggy or it could be one of the weak monsters. But this Chusuke's not going to find out. So if there's a stronger clown coming... Does it need to be a strong clown? Yep. Unfortunate, but kind of the thing you have to do here. It was a Soggy. Bring it back to Chusuke, bring it back to Chusuke. 1200 attack. MST, it's going to clear Waboku. Okay. So Coriander has a few ways to get out of this. Master Monk is not it. Luckily, Rocco Grado number 2 can hold the board from almost anything Coop can do here. Almost anything being key. 1500 attack on that Mystic Clown. Is he just going to clean this up? Alright, Dark Hole. He's going to need a Monk Fighter. He's going to need it fast. Attack on the clown, but that thing's gonna go to defense mode and then it's gonna become an issue. Oh, you don't know. Oh, buddy. And then the Harpies on top of it. Coop's just had it all match. Destroying the Rock Grotto number 1. And now another Dream Clown, so every turn, unless he can get this Monk Fighter, every turn something's getting popped. Kaminote Blow isn't it. So now he gets 2 pops next turn. And the Crass Clown. Just barely in it. It is Monk Fighter or bust. And drawing the Master Monk. Just like that, it's completely over. Is that a punching Millennium Shield? That is. Aw, man. The clean 2-0 after the brick on the side of Coriander, the Prince of the Birdmen. And with that, Coop 2-0's Coriander, meaning our top 4. Angela, Mari, Rhea, and Coop. We have the Angel. Angela, who's learning passion for the game. Mari, the beta tester turned military. Rhea, the lieutenant in charge of all of the recruits. And Coop, our clown-themed streamer. Time to see who's battling for first and who's battling for third. Angela versus Mari. Alright, we're going to be getting Angela's perspective on this match. She'll be going first. This could be good, this could be bad. Well, she'll stick the Dark Witch, which should start clearing a lot of what Mari has on defense. However, they got Heart of the Underdog first turn, which we know is sometimes good for them, sometimes not. Alright, and Torrential. Yikes. Okay. Did not draw part of the underdog. Mari not feeling confident to go in yet. Maybe this means sticking a Dark Witch, as long as that isn't Giant Soldier of Stone. Again, no draw of Heart of the Underdog. A very weird start. A very weird start. And there goes the Tree of Enlightenment. So now Angela can put the kind of pressure Mari has not seen yet. Consistent ways to get over their monster. And only one draw. They got the second heart, but now if Angela can draw any monster here, not quite what you would hope here. Okay, we're getting 2 draws off the jellyfish. What Mari needs is a good set of heart draws. Yoranzo. And what Angela needs is something else to get on the board to start dealing damage to life points. Just 0 luck with these Dark Witches so far. Smashing Ground's gonna deal with Yoranzo, but you're down life points, you're down cards in hand. Oh, you don't even need to Smashing Ground? Okay. Maybe this is the time Dark Witch gets some value. Okay, Giant Soldier of Stone. Haven't seen an Exodia piece yet. That's a lot of cards in hand. Only 20 cards left in deck. Another draw, Red Archery Girl. That's 2 more draws there. And an even number of cards in deck, so they are not going to risk decking themselves. As long as they keep drawing. With the double heart, that means they will not deck and they will find it if they just keep hitting. And the swords. Oh, and the third heart. Okay. A lot going on now. Angela has to figure something out here. I imagine you Smashing Ground Wingweaver, but I mean, that was the silliest block attack maybe in the history of card games. No Wingweaver. Okay. No draws off Heart of the Underdog. Here's where the lack of Wingweaver hurts. Now Mari's got the Dark Elf. I mean, Angela can get her own here, but she's not going to do that. Luckily for her, Mari hasn't drawn off Heart of the Underdog in 2 turns. But now what do you do if you're Angela? You're taking 32. If there's a Mari has 2 ways to win here. Draw the Exodia, or draw 1,400 attack point monster. Because I think the AI is smart enough not to deck themselves. They've yet to show a piece of Exodia, but they've got, obviously they have to have something, right? Alright, they're gonna pop 1. Heart of the Underdog. Mari had neither a 1400 attack point monster or Pot of Greed. It doesn't matter. Yep. None of it matters. And then Mari just top decks the final piece to another Exodia win. Mari had answers, and Angela just didn't have the questions. That's alright. That's okay. We are going into Game 2, where I have confidence Angela can do something here. This time making Mari go first. With a set heart. Unfortunately, we know that's a 1500 or more defense monster. Okay, there we go. This should be anything but a giant soldier of stone. Mari's just always got it, don't they? They have been drawing what they need. But I know this deck is beatable, because the first time I recorded this tournament, I lost the footage. And Mari was 2-0'd by Caspian in the first round. So Mari is not unbeatable. Hate to see that. If you are Angela here, you really wanted 2 Elf Slights to get over that Giant Soldier Stone the next time you can. But maybe the Pot of Greed gets you into a Wing Weaver. Okay. The Bluff Swords was not great. Not great for Angela here. You want a big monster and you want it to stick. Setting the Lady of Faith and not the Mystical Elf was a decision. Mari has at least one piece of Exodia in hand. Right, they've got at least 2 pieces of Exodia in hand. Is this the most they've ever drawn off Heart of the Underdog? At least with the Elf Slight, they can start beating over some of these defense mode monsters, but will the AI not? No, that was unfortunately the worst possible play the AI could make there. Went from last game drawing all the tributes to this game not drawing any of them. And she is in desperate need if she's going to beat Mari's heart draws here. And the Giant Soldier Stone is just back. They need to... She needs to attack so many times to get through this wall. At least she can get through 2 monsters next turn between some headway. But you need your Dark Witch, your Wing Weaver. You need a big angel on board. Or Mari just needs to switch 3 monsters to attack mode so you can run them all over? I don't know why they did that. But this Mystical Elf should potentially bait out yet another attack, keeping some damage on the board. Alright, well, talking the Elf Sight here. Again, no heart draws. Maiden of the Moonlight would be nice. Unfortunately, field is full. Actually, that's a very good dark hole, probably for Angela. Yes, because that means there's 4 Exodia pieces in hand. 18 cards left in deck with 4 Exodia pieces in hand. Oh no. Two draws and a Giant Soldier of Stone to stall. So even if they don't draw the pieces, the last piece here, they're just going to be able to hold down the fort with that Giant Soldier of Stone. That is their only 2K defender. And that's it. That's another Exodia win, getting Mari into finals with another 2-0. And sending Angela to the semi-final match. Alright, Mari, 2-0 over Angela, means the finals will either be Earth Warrior or Clowns against Exodia. Very, very big ask. We'll have to see who gets this one. This is going to be intense no matter where we go with it. Alright, Rhea's perspective versus Clowns going first. I don't hate that for Rhea's deck, even though she's more aggressive, because she's going to have a harder time dealing with that stumbling than a lot of decks would. Imagine we see oh no, Protector pass. Not where you want to start, unfortunately. But you know what? It holds off the Clown. Unfortunately, there's the stumbling. Would have loved Hibikime Sword last turn, because that would have been a high enough attack stat. Now that he's got a 1500 attack point Clown, he just gets to hold this board. Immediately switching to defense mode, popping the Protector. Clown control, controlling the board. Doing what it does best. Switching Dream Clown to attack mode with the Ryukushin Clown to switch it back to defense mode. That is 2 Protectors down. That is 2 of the 1500 defense point monsters Rhea has access to. Hibikime only with 1000 defense just isn't going to be enough. Now that Dream Clown can just go to defense mode next turn and clean up anything that's left. Yep. You know, in this position as Rhea, you wouldn't have minded the Protector, but oh, even better. Coop gonna take it on turn 10 versus Rhea, who's just looked so good the whole tournament. Gonna take game 1 relatively easily thanks to stumbling. Unfortunately, she fell for the trap of going into defense mode against the control deck. However, she's gonna choose to go first again. Will she maintain some sort of aggression this time? So we gotta get figured out. Can't let him build that board. And then the face down. Now, depending on what he does, if he only draws something like Soggy, oof. Yeah, would have loved the Empress Judge there, but they don't like to fuse turn 1. Now, if he could draw the other half of Empress Judge, And now that Blade Rabbit's gonna pop the King of the Swamp. Now what do you do here is Rhea is... Okay, you actually get a clown. That's what you do here is Rhea. $1,400 defense. I believe you are a warrior, right? You're a fiend. Oh, it's Dream Clown that's a warrior. Okay, just do not bounce the Blade Rabbit. There we go. This time, when the clown's on the other, the clown's on the other foot, I guess, is a wording you can use for it. Now I expect the harpies to come down since there's a back row. Was baiting with the poly. Just like that, Rhea has found the line. She's now got 2 monsters in attack mode, and one of them is Crass Clown, that if she doesn't feel confident getting through a face down, she can just get rid of it. But she's saying, screw it. Crass Clown's big enough. Huge appearance from Solemn Johnson here. Stopping the Monster Reborn to stop the Blade Rabbit from blowing something up may have been worth half the total life. Yet, I see no need to fuse when you've got a good board like this, especially because stumbling will just throw it down, so... Are you gonna fuse anyway? Nope. Just getting yourself set up. Okay, well, Mystic Clown gets to run over something, I suppose, but I don't know how much Rhea cares in this position. I think the answer is about to be not at all. The Headhunters beat Soggy. Coop down to 700 life points, and there's a reinforcements in the back. I think we're going to game 3. I don't think anything... Yep, there's no way even a Soggy doesn't save him here. Soggy goes down to the beautiful Headhuntress, and the powered up beautiful Headhuntress sends us to game 3. That was a neat one. That reborn into the Crass Clown, taking Coop's own clown to deal with the situation. That's kind of that tactical mind Rhea has for the game and for just about everything. She wants to face her own recruit in the finals. She doesn't want to go to semis. Unfortunately, if there's a stumbling here, when Rhea's just setting one passing, got 15 to the dome. Okay, now it's just a face down. Depending on what this is, Rhea can re-get the board. Oh, swapping Sonic Maid face down to stop the equip spell. Means Mystic Clown is still going to be a massive beater, but Dream Clown knows what it is. So it's another 15 to the face. And now Dream Clown is going to be able to start picking off monsters. You hate to see it. Is Coop going to prioritize the... Yep, is going to prioritize the destruction from the Dream Clown. over just trying to swing in. Okay, and then he just opened himself up to a big go about it here. That is going to be the Warrior of Tradition. Now, is she going to go after the Dream Clown? No, she's going to go after the Mystic Clown. Interesting. I think my option, I would have definitely gone Dream Clown here, but Dark Hole, it does force him to wipe his own board. He's going to take the Warrior of Tradition, going for 19. We might see the end of Rhea here in the semifinals. Okay, swords. That's a way to keep that. Coop saw the strategy last game. I was like, all right, bet. Nope, Harpies. That's it. And with that, the final blow means it is going to be Coop versus Mari in the finals. All right. Despite getting the game 2, Coop was able to adjust his strategy. Meaning, before we get the Coop versus Mari finals, we gotta do the third place game. It is tradition. So we're gonna jump straight into Rhea versus Angela. Rhea very upset. She lost and she's down here, but Angela seems to be having a great time. We'll see what kind of attitude really gets you through it. Alright, back-to-back games, viewing it from Rhea's perspective. And since I am keeping track of all stats from all players, you really actually don't like to be in 4th place. It is the only... Being in 4th place means you are the only person to lose twice in my tournaments, which is bad for you. So, an extra reason to make sure you win your 3rd place game. However, pretty simple start from Angela here. Rhea, who just needs the other half of any fusion, will be in a good position as well. Warrior of Tradition or Empress Judge would help a lot. Yep, I think the Queen's double face down is good, just to keep both fusions open. You hate to trap hole a Lady of Faith, but it's kind of what you got at the moment. Alright, so that's 51 to 8k. Well, gonna bait with the Sonic Maid. I respect it. I expect the AI to play into it. Is there backup reinforcements? There's not. Again, it is up to Rhea to draw the second half of her fusion. You know what? Beautiful Beast Tamer will do it too. 1750, but that's going to cause the torrential. Leaving them both in pretty precarious situations at the moment. Angela with no real follow-up. And Rhea, after checking for the trap hole, is going to go in for the Empress Judge. $2,100 to the face. That forces the dark hole. Angela running out of big power spells, but Rhea kind of running out of everything, if I'm honest. Just gonna pop the new face down. Yep, MST. Oof, into the legendary sword. Rhea's just got to dig for just about anything, whereas Angela, if she can just get a Dark Witch, she's in a very, very good position. Dust Tornado not doing her much good here. Now, if that's the Wing Weaver in hand, we might be seeing the end of this game next turn. Okay, there we go. Checking a back row. Alright. Got around the trap hole with that Dust Tornado. Alright, that is Waboku, so it's time to see. Is that Wing Weaver in hand? Is that a second copy of Reinforcements? Because they don't play them both. It is the Wing Weaver. With the Elf's Light, that is 3150. Rhea, reeling for the loss against Coop, is struggling to hang in here with Angela. Luckily for Rhea, there was no big swing on Angela's side to capitalize on the Wing Weaver yet. However, just about any monster and it's over. And Maiden of the Moonlight's big enough that it'll attack. Yep, Wing Weaver finally sticking on the board. 3150. Rhea is down in game 1. Can she turn it around? She's going first against the Angels. Again, well, at least she's got the Dust Tornado, got the MST. She's going to be able to deal with any back row other than Harpies here. Waiting for the attack, very smart. It's going to be 150 damage, keeps the board clean. And the Dust Tornado pop the back row. We're looking at Reinforcements, okay. There we go, Rhea's able to get things set up. Going for a 2800 swing and a trap hole. But I'm not sure Angela's looking to place monsters in attack mode right now with a beautiful Headhuntress on board. So that trap hole's not great, but it may pull some sort of spell trap removal. There we go. The trap hole getting some great value on that Dark Witch. Sword on Headhuntress. Now it's a 3100 point swing. It looks like we're going to game 3. Rhea's not going to be giving up this match that easily. Unfortunately, the Queen's doubles... No, the Queen's doubles would have ended the game. No, it would have been 50 short. That's right, it would have been 50 short. I can count. Oh? No, that was enough. That's Reinforcements, right? That was enough. You could have attacked directly. That was enough. Oh, does the AI see that she's got the kill? No, she doesn't. Oh no. Oh, I mean, she's got the 1750 here. But, oh man. If the AI had just realized she had 850 on board. Could have done so. She could have won the game. We'd be on to game 3 already. Now the Wing Weaver's here, and I don't know what you do as Rhea when you miss lethal like that. Okay, well, Pog will help you quite a bit. Reborn, not so much. Maybe if the AI can realize now that it can reborn into Queen Stubble, or, you know, once the swords are down, if it can realize it can reborn into Queen Stubble into reinforcements. But I don't know if the AI sees the line, because it is a strange one. It's not... I mean, it's intuitive if you're human, but... No, the AI doesn't see the line. Luckily for Rhea, not any big follow-ups yet. Wait. Nope. I was thinking, well, maybe because they'll attack directly when swords are up with the Queen's Double. Maybe if she draws Queen's Double. I think she's got one left in deck. She'll do it. The 550. Oh. And it gets out the Fairy Wind. Wait, does that kill yourself, though? Activating the card response, not realizing you were actually killing yourself. We're going to game 3. One player misses lethal, only to lethal themselves. What the heck was that game? Oh my god. Okay. Angela's gonna go first this time. Which unfortunately, if you're Rhea, you hate. You have Trap Hole and Solemn Judgment. And reinforcements? Yeah, you would have loved this hand going first. Not sending the reinforcements is a risky move. Good old Solemn Johnson back again to stop the Dark Hole. Leads me to believe Angela does not have the Dark Witch here. Now the Queen's Double will go in. Very strange. Maybe it's because she's hoping to bait with the reinforcements from the Mystical Elf. Doesn't need to, can just Trap Hole here. Both will get in. Rhea's still quite down on life points, thanks to Solemn Judgment. Still willing to keep getting in with that Queen's Double, though. Why you didn't do that last game, I do not understand. Oof, now here's an issue. Well, except she didn't attack the Queen's Double, she attacked the beautiful Headhunters, allowing the reinforcements to work. Meaning Rhea is still in control of the game. Despite drawing like crap, turn after turn after turn. She's only 2 turns from winning. Well, now that there's a face down. Well, okay, beautiful Headhunters. I forget his hammer shot field wide. Yep, it is field wide, so. So while this is going to be 600 damage to the dome, you're now bigger than Headhunters. That means you get your hammer shot. And it's this game. No, it is 100 from game. But what does Angela do? Pot of Greed. Oh, unfortunate. It looks like Angela will fall to 4th place. Rhea has multiple ways to lethal on board. Choosing to go with Beautiful Head Huntress. Dealing the last 100 points. Rhea gets the reverse sweep. And taking it. And the bronze medal. That was a wild match. For sure. But that means we get to check out the finals now. No, we don't have it marked here. But this is going to be it. The final game of the grand opening is Mari, beta tester of Duel Monsters, versus Coop, streamer, here to send to a streamer who got early access to Duel Monsters. So 2 people who had the game early are in the finals. Who would have thought, right? I hope everybody had fun being here today. I'm super excited for this final match. We're going to be getting Mari's perspective. Can they Exodia it out one more time? I'm going to be honest, I do not like Coop's odds going into this. He plays a slower deck. His monsters cap at about 1,500. 2 things that play heavily into Mari's favor. Pot of Greed into Double Heart. But we've also seen Coop has just had the sauce. Unfortunately sauceless at the moment. The Double Heart proc. Any MST or Dust Tornado? No. That's 1 limb. And that's it. Choosing not to stop one from resolving was an interesting decision. I mean, it worked out. I think it saved a whole draw. And Mari choosing to get in for the 14. I guess if their draws have been slowed down, it's a way to keep the pressure on him. So another bad draw, this time the TT by Coop, but into the swords. If you're Coop, you desperately want to see a Harpies here. And he's got it. That's going to clear one of the hearts. And 1350 to the dome from Crass Clown. Unfortunately, Red Archery Girl 50 more attack. So now he needs to see his Mystic Clown or a Monster Reborn, a removal spell. There's Mystic Clown, 100 more there. Now if you're Coop, you really want Mari to draw a limb. Nope, that's the jellyfish that is going to match his clown. So we're about to be in another stalemate situation if he cannot get one of his effect clowns on board. Giant Soldier of Stone, even worse for him. I mean, Blade Rabbit was kind of an effect clown, but it wasn't the same. Luckily going to be able to clear this jellyfish, get 300 damage, finally pull himself into a life point lead. This does seem to, however, keep baiting monsters into attack mode, which is really good for that Giant Soldier of Stone. Uranzo, you can figure out some way to get over, hypothetically. Giant Soldier of Stone is a pain in the butt. Alright, now they've drawn a limb. Uranzo attacking the clown. This is it. This is Coop's big chance to get a huge push They are not playing a card this turn. He can clear Uranzo. Unfortunately, with small monsters, the AI will play defensive. They're gonna choose to set. Coop not swinging into the face-down monster. Reborning the clown. Are they going to crash here? Are they gonna both attack face-downs? Sagi and Ryukushin Clown. Okay. Well, I mean, you clear Uranzo here. At this point, you don't want the stumbling, I think. Pretty quickly losing access to Picrew box, so... like, what do you do in this situation as Coop other than just swinging with your clown and hoping that it's enough? So unfortunately, that Mystic Clown is big enough to just keep swinging over any of the effect clowns. Yeah, you need Dream Clown specifically, and you needed to pop the Mystic Clown. They've got 2 limbs left. I'm going to do a quick deck check. Yeah, there's a 10% chance they draw a limb here. Green Phantom King, even worse. A 1600 defender. Crashing this turn. Alright, hold on. Now that we've got the Dream Clown, Mari's getting their last heart of the underdog. Now, I've seen the AI is willing to kind of let heart go for a little bit. Blade Rabbit popping the tree. Is it gonna pop stumbling here? It is. Uranzo's gonna be able to clear. No, Uranzo will not be clearing the Dream Clown. So, might have to pop the Uranzo here as much as you want to pop the face down. Now, do you move the Blade Rabbit to attack mode? You do not. I think there's some part in my mind that if you're Coop here, you risk it. You just put that Blade Rabbit in attack mode and hope. But I guess the AI's just scared with the 400 attack. Well, especially with the Waboku, I really would have risked it. I mean, yeah, it ended up getting popped, but that's fine. You're getting in for at least 15 this turn. Mari failing to draw into any normal monsters. And Fissure, that is, yeah, that Blade Rabbit playing great protection here. Unfortunately, 50 short of the kill here. So you just gotta leave that Sagi in defense mode. Oh, 850 short. Okay, there's the limb. Are they gonna get the last one? No, they don't. And they're not going to be willing to place that Exodian piece in defense mode. I mean, they have no way to recover it, so this is it. It looks like Coop will be getting game 1. Clown's taking it on turn 38. You would think you're going that long. Exodia's favored. But Mari just does not have great draw luck. Gotta see how we're looking in game 2. One limb, some 1500 defenders, and a torrential. You kind of like this if you're Mari. You don't have any additional draw at the moment. but you get to start building up your wall of defense. You got a pot of greed now. Okay, Jellyfish doesn't beat Soggy. Heart of the Underdog is going to get Dust Tornadoed. I agree with that decision. Coop here knows that that is Mari's main draw power. Now, does he have anything to beat over these 1200 attack point monsters? He does not. Alright. Setting up the Waboku in response to the Dust Tornado. Perfectly reasonable. And trap holing the red archery girl. That's actually a very, very good trap hole. Saves the Ryukushin clown. Now, where does Coop go from here? Reborn. The red archery girl. Okay. That will beat over the jellyfish. However, I'm seeing a distinct lack of clowns on Coop's side. Jellyfish gonna clean up the Ryukushin. Yeah, red archery girl's gonna be 200 damage here, but I mean, then again, Mari's only got one limb in hand. Oh, Giant Soldier Stone actually is going to do work. I spoke way too soon. There's the Uranzo. Green Phantom King, that's 3 draws this turn. Giant Soldier Stone, that's 4 draws this turn. Do they Dark Hole here? They do. I love the Torrential here on the Giant Soldier of Stone. I actually really, really like that. You know they have the second one, but, I mean, it gets one of them out of the way. Alright, let's see, we're getting 1 extra draw. We're getting 2 extra draws. We're getting 3 extra draws. That's 4. That's 5. 5 extra draws, 0 pieces. And into Soggy. Not sure I agree with ditching double Phantom King, but Coop doesn't have a follow-up here. And there's the Heart of the Underdog. Alrighty. In Coop's position, you're really hoping for Picrew box, maybe? Dark Hole also good. You have the Mystic Clown. Are you able to start getting it for 15? Dream Clown was good, but that's a good Torrential also on Mari's side. Now you're able to Red Archery Girl, start getting it to 14. Coop needs exactly Mystic Clown at this point. Otherwise we might be looking at a Game 3 situation. Okay. Now, the tree and the Uranzo are still enough to hold off the clown for the time being, giving Mari more time to dig for these pieces. They have assembled the entire right side of Exodia. And there's the left leg. And there's the head. Alright, they've got 2 pieces left in 14 cards. They've got 1 piece left in 14 cards with, 2 Heart of the Underdog procs. 3 turns on swords. It is looking very good for Mari here. Mari does not choose to reborn a clown. They don't see the need. Stumbling, but no clown to go with it. Game 2 Exodia. We're going to Game 3 in the finals of the grand opening tournament. It is time to decide the very first champion of the Magic Era. Clowns versus Exodia. Let's do it. Alright. Mari with the heart and the giant soldier of stone and the jar of greed just for one extra dig. What does Coop have to deal with this? Ooh, shield crush. Alright, 1350 after the shield crush. Unfortunately, this is about to be a massive heart beast for Mari here, and a torrential. I think we're about to see Dark Hole Harpies. Yep. Do you have Mr. Johnson? No, you do have Waboku though. Oh, the trap hole would have been massive against the Uranzo here. Now Torrential's gonna stop anything bigger than Uranzo. Coop is down 2 Crass Clowns, and Stumbling is just not good against Mari at all. However, they are just going to pop it with the MST. I think that may have actually just saved Coop's chances in this game. He can draw his last Crass Clown, his Mystic Clown. He unfortunately draws nothing. And now the heart of the underdog begins and ends immediately. But Pot of Greed. Only getting in with 1 jellyfish. Alright. And now double heart of the underdog. Coop needs his Mystic Clown, and he needs it immediately. Because otherwise this might be over, and Mari and their Exodia deck might be taking the very first gold medal. Huge draws off these hearts of the underdog here. Boku to save the Ryukushin Clown. But it's not looking good. 4 pieces and 20 cards. And those pieces will both proc. Yeah, they're down 1 jellyfish, but this may be it. Oh, and a reborn for the Crass Clown. This may be another screw Exodia game. Just getting in. Coop's chances look like they are rapidly circling the drain, unfortunately. And a Mystic Clown would have done tremendous work there. It looks like we've got game. Mari doesn't need Exodia. 2 more hits, and that is it. Mari is going to be your first champion of the Magic era. What a tournament. And with that, Mari with the 2-1 over Coop means that we can end the tournament. Mari first place, Coop in second, Rhea in third, Angela in fourth. The rest of the top 8 being V, Robin, Nina, and Coriander. This was so much fun to do. I'm super excited to keep doing this for everyone. Stick around, we've got a ton of decks coming. We've got a ton of new stories coming. This was the grand opening for a reason. This is just the beginning. I hope you have a blast. Let me know what decks you're looking forward to. Let me know what it is you think might be coming in this brand new era. You may be surprised. Come back next time. See you soon.